About that, guys. We had a little technical difficulty over there with our stream PC. Players are loaded in, and looks like we're about to get right back into it here and get started with this first round of the second map.
Alright, it seems like we're ready to start again, and clock's ticking down, and we're finally gonna start seeing people play again. Looks like a split push on second round already. With some going showers, some going A short.
This looks like it's going to be an A crunch come out into 4 players here. Toby does find the first pick. He also does be looking to rotate back around. If they don't go fast enough, though, they will be meeting Woodrow here on that B site.
Yeah, it looks like Woodrow and Thane and VR also all going up into B site instead.
They going now. There's 2 going down onto the 1. Thane finds the pick onto Woodrow, opening up that site, getting down in this post plant and getting post plant positions.
Back to the 4v4. Tim can't get the shot on Toby as they get double swung, or multiple swung by a few people there.
Yeah, now this quickly turned into a 4v3. Thane, though, does turn it back 3v3. BR also chiming in.
1 enemy remaining.
1v3 even.
The radio just needs to try and maybe stick this down, but they are getting pushed down off that spike. And going down to Bill Nye.
Good round 1 by Trios there.
Yeah, good timing on that rotate. It lucked out that they didn't take too long, so that Woodrow was able to call out, say, hey, they're here. As soon as they made contact, they went.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for another A push. Hopefully, we might see another rotate with Thane leaning towards B site. As we saw in the last game, him just sneaking up onto the site unnoticed, really. Very disciplined.
Thane looking like he's going to play slow out, looking for maybe an early aggression, setting up his stuff, and then coming back with his teammates A. Maybe splitting up the short alley here. Cutting off most of the site with the Viper wall. Cutting off Toby with the shorty. Toby's actually in a good spot here, playing around these walls. Potentially get one. Gets blind by Tim. He's just kind of stuck in this corner. Woodrow, though, was able to get through the trap and is now sitting behind most of the players. Thane, though, is coming, looking for him. Not finding. Woodrow in such a great position here to hear them all rotating through.
Yeah, it looks
does get spotted by Thane, though. That is so unfortunate timing for Woodrow. Does get the dink, but not enough to take him down. Sarkapel's turning another one out onto Toby. Now it is
going towards B, but
it's 5v1 taking the site here onto the Cowboy, who gets taken out. That was now a 2v5 retake.
Spike planted.
Red up in the heaven position, seeing if it can get any sort of overlook. Viper wall does go down, but gets taken out by said Viper.
Flawless.
Him getting the last kill to finish off the round and securing the win for them. We might see another force up from Trio, seeing if they can get better guns to take out the other team, or they might just lay low and stick with the ones they have until they have to replace them.
Yeah, it was definitely some well-timed aggression coming out there. They noticed the trap got broken, they went hunting for him. Unfortunate that for Woodrow that they were so far away when they had the shorty. Definitely not able to make the shorty work like Star's able to.
They were caught off guard there, and wasn't able to find a good pick there.
Looks like fairly aggressive B play coming out here. Quick into hookah and now droning out from long. Woodrow picking out Bill Nye, jumping out onto site, but the rest of Treehouse it does push out, looking for Woodrow. Woodrow catches it, Angelic Tim coming through. Spike does go down, and now we have a 3v5 in the post plant, and not very good, strong post plant positions. You got 2 players locked out on site, trapped in by Red, who came on that flank.
Radio gets the kill and Sparkle tells. And Red gets another unchained. Now BR taking it back for 2 of them. But eventually it's taken up by Radio.
Almost a little too aggro played from Sarcopel, or Sarcopels. Thank you. Because they were in a long at long there at a good position to cut off people coming in. You know, coming into that site there. From there, it just kind of, as soon as Sarcopels went down, trapped out, you know, their teammates that were on site just got locked in, were able to split on. There is a decent buy coming out here. Woodrow not sure exactly what they're wanting to get. Does end up having a full buy, so it's gonna be a first full guns from both sides here, and we'll see how this ends up turning out. Looks like they are leaning to that B site again.
Probably also with just the Guardian too, so.
W though has been pretty good with that Guardian.
True, we've seen them get some good.
And actually, speaking of Toby, they have pushed through showers.
Yeah,
sees that no one is towards the A site as the boombox comes out into hookah, clearing it out, and drone clears out long. So much information plays coming out of the side of Treehouse. Now jumping out onto that site, taking it pretty much for free, as no one from Goblin Gang is out here to contest.
Yeah, just trapping Radio in there.
Welcome to my world.
Only bit of damage comes out onto that random, which gets healed back immediately, but then Radio picking out Sarcopels.
As BR drops the ult too, leaving off site with traps on either side of container. When Thing, BR, and
kind of
they're waiting for the push.
They're kind of just creating themselves up inside that, in that ult. But it makes it so hard for the attack or the defending side to try and put into this. Good read from Toby.
Wall bangs. He's able to get the kill off too. Tries to retake, so they won't have enough time.
Both going down to a nice spray there from BR. That, you know, that game sense there from Toby though, to think that someone would be in that corner and actually hitting the shots on him and making them have to swing out. It's just unfortunate that by the time everything went through, that their teammates went down. Looks like we're needing another tech pause coming in here. I'm gonna figure out what this tech pause is here shortly.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Looks like Bill's PC froze is kind of what it sounds like, and ping spiked up. Oh yeah, we see that ping jumping up into 700.
1,000.
Over 1,000. Oh geez, we're gonna give that just a second to calm down. But while that's happening, what are you seeing that you're liking at the moment?
I'm seeing more aggression coming from Treehouse, like we were saying last game that we wanted. We wanted more fast, quick takes that we've been kind of seeing when they do eventually push the site. And they've been also holding it a lot better than last time.
I was say I like seeing from Treehouse that their timings are a little more grouped and a little more just aggressive once they get there, instead of kind of stalling out, waiting. You know, their issues seem to have been before that they were grouped up and then having to stall out, waiting for the teammates to get with them. Hopefully we should be able to get back in here. The ping has settled down, but it sounds like they're wanting just another minute or two to kind of let it fully settle out and make sure that it is going to be stable enough for Bill to finish out this game.
Or even if they need like a sub or anything, that would work perfectly too. But it would have to suck resetting the round. And we're hoping that we can keep Bill in the game. It looks like their ping is calming down a little bit, but it's still spiking.
Players are just having a bit of fun playing rock paper scissors there in the chat, so at least they're still having, you know, some
At
good
least
fun
they're
with it,
keeping
not being
themselves
frustrated with
entertained.
this tech having to come through.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we kind of missed it before, but I guess prediction for you. Who do you think is going to be able to take this one?
I'm actually not sure to be fully honest. Like after the last game, seeing how good Goblin Gang played against them and adapted how so well to them, I can't really tell what we're gonna be doing and what we're gonna be seeing from both of them. Like, are we going to see Goblin Gang going 2-0, or are they gonna take it to a third map? I'm rooting for Treehouse because I would love to see them making it to finals or bring it to or third map even, and seeing them play more. And I'd love to see more games from all parties. But it does seem like Goblin Gang has been picking up more since yesterday.
Yeah, I'm myself. I'm kind of just because I want to see a third map come in. I hope Treehouse takes this one to get us to a third map, but I definitely want to see more of how Treehouse played yesterday come into show because they seem to be just a little more hesitant today.
Yeah, not as in the groove. Alrighty, it seems like the issues are all figured out and we're gonna be good from now on.
Yeah,
And
looks like we're
we're
gonna get
good to
back into
continue.
this. And kind of see, looks like just pistols coming in from the defending side.
Mm-hmm.
They are kind of,
The buys aren't looking the
they're doing a
best.
little bit of a force up. It kind of seems a little spotty just to try and show some resistance, but are definitely Link. Ooh, wow.
Link taking out
Toby
Toby
getting
right
picked
away.
out fast there by Sarcopels. That was a good shot. And they're immediately exploding off of that one.
Mm-hmm, just inching onto site and taking more and more space.
Spike planted.
I know exactly.
Thane pushed up into U-Haul, getting the pick on a Cowboy. Getting off his ult and seeing where everyone else is at. Red trading back too with a nice spray down.
Last player standing.
Hall, but getting taken out by Bill. Sarkville's taking out Woodrow as well. Radia's just trying to get back to get a heal on themselves, but can't escape the Sarkopels.
That was kind of a last little amusing fight there. Both Sarcopels and the Sage there had to reload at the same time. Just kind of sat and just stared at each other while reloading.
Looking down the barrel at each other, just waiting to see who can reload faster.
That does make it come 4-1 in favor of Treehouse. This is a little more. This is a little more how we saw them playing yesterday and feeling off a little bit. We do see an op coming out for Red. That's something we didn't see last map.
Yeah. Or I don't think we've seen it much from either of these teams, actually. Neither of them having, like, very, very strong, prominent opera in the past, but...
So I know yesterday Red had the op a few times, but I think they only picked it up when they were going against someone else who already had one. We haven't really seen many ops in this tournament as is.
Yeah.
Red though does get took a shot off and gets damaged down to 1 HP. It looks like Treehouse, after hearing that op, is going to lean over towards this B site, where it is stacked with 3 players, but it doesn't matter. Bill Nye is going to get the first pick onto Woodrow. But from there, it seems that they're stalling and waiting for their team to come in as the rotations from the defenders are also rolling in. Radio does get the res onto Woodrow, so it is now back to a 5v5 as Angelic Tim is pushing on the Cowboy here on the side all gets picked. Spike is going down, and now we're having to see them pull into close play here. Thane finding a pick onto Woodrow that immediately gets traded back by Red with this op. Toby finding one onto Bill Nye as well as we are pulled out into a 4v2 for this retake, looking in favor of the defenders.
One enemy remaining.
And Cowboy. Now it's Circle Pulse versus the rest. Trying to see if they can clutch this out in any way.
Circles does find the first, but immediately swings out and gets traded out by Toby. Toby has been hitting some nice shots this game.
They really
Actually,
have.
really
It's
even
nice seeing them
The
getting-
series.
Mhm.
They've been looking like they are just warmed up and ready as can be. They were able to retrieve the op and keep it here for red. So they're going to bring that one back into this round and see where they choose to take it aggressive. Definitely a the weird buy coming out here from
Both sides,
Treehouse. More so Treehouse. They got. It seems like they're kind of deciding. They got a pistol on Tim with light armor, and the rest are just kind of forced up whatever they could have. They're wanting to get this extra round here and hopefully push on forward and getting some more done.
I'm guessing Tim is just hoping that he can get a kill and get the overheal off to get full shields and be able to tank some shots.
Red barely getting that boombox destroyed in time and taking damage. He does manage to miss it and get a nice shot there onto Circle Bells.
See if they get a second. They don't, but it was very close.
Gets blinded off the angle and falls back, using up the angles that they can, getting these long line sights. As Treehouse does start to rotate.
The other side.
So they got
It's
double sack. They got double sack and CT here as well. Dane's just gonna be walking to his death as Woodrow hits a nice headshot, cleaning him up. And now it seems that Treehouse is just they're kind of stuck and just don't know what they want to do.
They're scattered and don't know where to go or which direction they want to go with. We've got Tim working up long, trying to find somebody.
It is going to be 3v3 trying to take the site. Spot out with radio is BR does find the pick onto radio, but they're still waiting too long. But also finds one onto Woodrow.
Clean flick.
Out of charges.
Toby is pushing in on this flank as both Red and Cowboy are pushing from the spawn. Angelic Tim finding another pick onto Red. Some nice shots we're seeing from Tim here as well. Are they going to be ready for this flank coming out of Toby? Nobody seems to be expecting it or watching it. As Cowboy also walks into the side hall.
Maybe watching it a little bit, but not as much as they should be.
Nobody was even looking out. Catches out, but nobody clears the corner.
Still gets
nobody.
The one in red and beer gets the other.
Unfortunate that neither one decides to check that corner there where Bill Nye was sitting. They just got essentially 2 free kills, or kill and a half there, as both Cowboy and Toby just decided to walk past it. Toby maybe being a little not as disciplined as they should have been coming up on that flank. Should have cleared out a few more corners before shooting. Now it looks like we have kind of a save round here coming out from Goblin Gang. They had a Vandal bot up there onto Red, but that has been sold now and is now a Spectre. Toby's pushed up with the shorty.
In the shower again.
Good position here. Should be able to get one.
Unless
playing away from the flash, but
peeks again, or they can drone him too.
Missed it with the drone, but Toby's still there, ready to clean that up. It seemed like Sarkapels was ready for Toby to be close like that, the way they were positioning around the corner.
I know exactly where you are.
Bane also pushed up, got the pick onto Red, able to use that Cypher ult to spot out where the rest of the defenders are. Now they're able to get onto site and get spiked down as Woodrow tries so hard to spray down Thane, but is not able to make enough connections. Cowboy is headed for the flank, probably going to be found in the trap. Cowboy destroys the trap, letting them know there. Woodrow does find a pick onto Bill Nye.
Last player standing.
But that's all they're going to be able to find. Is almost simultaneously on opposite sides of the map, they get both found. This is a much stronger presence coming out from Treehouse, and it's exciting to see him playing this way because it hopefully will get us into a third map.
That would be very fun. I'd love to see that from them.
Looks like a bit of a bead lean here coming out from Treehouse.
Maybe we'll see another explosive take from them, like we've been wanting to see and have seen a bit of in the past.
There it comes out the ult, so that should be enough of a go, but not finding anything with it.
Just losing health in the process. They
Woodrow
the kill
finds
with the Phantom,
Thane,
though.
but then gets traded out, which opens up that site for them to press out. But they
Well,
don't
the name
know that
CT.
Thane went in side hall at the moment. Sarkopels is looking for the flank.
To my world.
Yeah.
Does spots out
Good to watch
Red.
because there is
Does
two on
not know
flank.
about Toby.
Yeah, Toby coming up long.
His bomb
Again,
site
but I
is just
feel like
getting
now they're gonna be
pitched
expecting
down
that.
on them, but that gives them a way into the better post plant here. Sarkopels finding that pick on the radio. Cowboy does find Tim though, but Sarkopels trades one back to Toby. Not ready for Red.
Red gets one, but
now,
Red trades him
now
out.
down to a 1v2 into this Viper ult. Such a hard thing to try and fight into when you're by yourself with no utility.
Cowboy's already at such low health. They just get tapped by BR.
Alright, let's take a second here to talk the other side of things. We've talked about what we were liking to see out of Treehouse and how we like what they're doing. How about Goblin Gang? How do you think they need to react to this?
I think they just need to be more prepared and holding the sights harder when instead of just retreating when they hear sound and waiting for their team. Because they are definitely good with the retake, but sometimes waiting for the retake is detrimental and they need to hold it harder and just watch the angles and make sure nobody can push in.
Yeah, they definitely seem to constantly be going down one early just because they, one backs off the site and the other one stays. But they do have 3 set over towards B, which hopefully would give them enough information that it seems like they're going out A and seeing the Sova drone coming out. But Red does find a nice shot onto Thane. That's huge pickup there because Thane has been such the leader in calling where they're rotating, and it's a lot harder to get that feel for it when you're having to spectate someone else. But
Yeah,
does look like Treehouse
right now who their IGL is just calling all the shots because I'm not really sure.
I know they were saying yesterday that it was Thane, but I don't know if he's keeping it up today or what's going on. But let's see, they're pressed up to U-Haul. Sarkopels does not check the corners, causes Toby to be able to get 2. Jet Set helping bail out Toby there, getting one onto Bill Nye as well. Now it's all down to BR in a 1v5.
Can they get the ace?
Toxin
Or even
screen
just a
down.
plant install?
At this point, it's going to need to be an ace clutch. Everyone has been rotated over, but Red is leaving, which does kind of give a little bit of time if they can find some quick kills exactly like that onto Woodrow.
Screen down.
Can they find Toby?
Takes a teleporter. Maybe could get to site and get plant down before they get in, but it is going to be close as Red had already started heading over that way. Finds the pick onto Red.
10 seconds left.
On Red.
Does get the plant down, but are they going to be ready?
They get one. Almost the other. Going for it. But they get peeks from Hookah.
I'm so glad that you were able to keep talking there. As soon as they got the one blind and kind of kept the spray going, looking like they could have been able to get this, both of them coming out, I myself kind of just lost my words.
Yeah, very
was
impressive by BR
some
there.
well-placed shots there to be able to turn that around. But was not enough to get the round win.
If only they could keep spraying and get Cowboy there, that might have gotten them the win.
From the defending side here, we have just a frenzy, but they do have the ult. I was gonna say on the Red they had just a frenzy, but there pops the Jet ult.
Even maybe or just.
And Red's been pretty good at clicking heads, so.
Yeah, let's hope that transfers over to the knives as well. Cowboy with the delay in util.
He was really just trapped into that corner, not able to do much. Woodrow though finds one onto Bill Nye. Thane not able to trade it back because he was blind.
Woodrow's still really low and can't.
Seems like they're stalling out, jumping out through the trap.
But gets the heal
Trying to pitch short sight, but Toby finds the pick here. Now they're just kind of locked out, but Tim and BR both finding kills at the same time, making this a 3v2. Jet running into that smoke, getting picked, and now it's just one left. And Woodrow does get found by Thane. That became almost just a coin flip of who found picks and when they found them.
In the half.
Sometimes
Definitely
these
some
skins
close
are really
rounds coming
into
out
that.
here. I do know though, Sarkopels there is a strong believer of that 9-3 curse. So I wonder if they're talking to their team saying, "Hey, maybe we kind of give this one up a little bit."
Yeah, and get them the good comeback, or they just stick with it and keep just trying to get rounds and rounds.
I know the position that they're in right now is such a strong one. Might as well just keep putting that pressure on and making Goblin Gang feel stressed and worried about what's happening. They do know where the two defenders are on the B side, but or on the A side, excuse me, but they had a third one out, just rotate over. As it looks like Treehouse is starting to lean back over towards that B site.
Like before,
And
with all these rotates that we've seen in the
they've drawn
past.
basically everyone over. There's no one left on B site. It's just free. If they take this window now and don't take too long poking and finding out where people are, it's gonna be a 5v5 retake. Cowboy does get the stun off, but we get another Viper on this site. This has been such a big problem for the defending side to try and crack into. See if a 5v5 will make this any bit different. Breach all coming through, but Thane finds the shot while stunned.
A counter Viper ult.
That's interesting to see.
You don't see that too often.
But that's almost what you got to do sometimes to fight it off. Make both players low. Toby finding Bill Knight, finding their Viper. They could actually take this round. But the ult coming in, getting them off of the defuse. Such a strong round there for Treehouse.
That round for them with that ult.
See, the strong thing about the Viper ult is not only does it reduce the enemy's vision, it also burns them down to 1 HP.
Yeah.
It's such a strong controlling ult, and it just immediately just locks down that site. The only way to really easily get into it is to allow basically have your Viper place one in it.
Well, we're down to
even
9-3, and we'll see if the curse happens this time.
Yeah, I wonder how Sarkopels is feeling about that one.
I have a feeling that it might not happen though, to be honest.
So this has been a strong match here from Treehouse, but it does look like Goblin Gang is grouping up to take control here of Hookah. The Sarkopels decides not to dart long. Potentially is going to get spotted here by Cowboy as he picks that dart.
Yeah. Sarkopels knows where they are now.
Boombot coming through, almost going off and getting a couple players.
Yeah.
Raised comes in. Radio just trying to slow down their flank and.
This one's rough for Goblin Gang as they were able, they get the information.
One enemy remaining.
Don't know Bill Knight's come behind, but they do wall it off, so it does cut down the amount of angles that they gotta fight, but they're just trapped in there and basically just like shooting a clay pigeon. It's so unfortunate there that for Goblin Gang that Treehouse was able to use that boombot through the teleporter and get so much information by having, to force Goblin Gang to shoot it down or, potentially getting probably a couple kills off of it.
I just want to mention real quick too how good BR is doing this game. Like,
well, BR is having the
20
time of their life right now.
Mm-hmm.
It is such a strong showing from it, which is kind of just
mind out. Which is always fun to see from a controller.
Yes, it is. Bill Nye aiming down the short side here, deciding to let go right as they would have entered the crosshair to use the boombot.
They throw that in a nade, trying to make him disperse out and
oh,
lose some health.
that
big hit on Woodrow.
Both Toby and Woodrow taking a lot of damage from it, but Toby does get healed back up.
Woodrow's
and now it looks like the pop is coming out from the attackers. They are continuing this performance.
Looks like it's gonna be a rotate, but Thane
Goblin Gang running right back into Thane.
Can Thane get another here off of radio?
Radio does find one onto Bill Nye that pushed up maybe just a little bit too far, knowing that they were on the weaker weapons.
And they get the shorty kill.
They now still sitting on the flank here, just trapping them in. Kind of curious why they're sitting so hard though with Sarkopels pushed out to the B site.
Yeah.
Or why they have Sarkopels on the B site when Thane's pushed up so far and knows that they're trapped in.
One enemy remaining.
Well, it could be them
30
trying to
seconds
rotate
left.
through cave, but yeah, you would definitely hear it. And
BR
BR
finding
finishes off the round with another clean snipe.
Such a good game there from BR.
Mm-hmm. We're really seeing them like show off how good they are at this game.
I say it
And
looks like
show
we have a
how well they do.
timeout coming from the attackers. It's gonna be definitely probably just talking, maybe just getting the mood settled and getting everyone on the same page and calm down. Cause I know if I was in their position, I'd probably get a little heated myself because they went from having such a strong showing themselves to all of a sudden, it seems like they're just falling apart. So what would you like to see happen from Goblin Gang here to try and get a few more rounds back in this and to maybe make it a game? Because they need to make a long run here to get to overtime.
To be honest, I'm not very sure because just trios look so good on this defense so far, not dropping around to them and just carrying it to it's almost overtime or not overtime, match point now. When they're still trying to find their footing and make sure their buys are good.
I would say at this point in time, really for Goblin Gang to run it back, they almost need to go flawless.
Not dropping a point, not dropping a match.
And we haven't seen much from them that really kind of says that they can do that. Toby's been trying their best. You know, they're leading the scoreboard over there also with that controller, but it seems like every time Toby's come in, it's almost been just too late. But hopefully they can, now since they're putting the pressure, or should be in position to put the pressure on, they're able to time the game a little better to bring that action towards them. And here it is. He finds first pick there onto Tim.
Yeah. Looks like they're trying to put pressure onto multiple spaces at once, like space out where they're pushing and how aggressive they are, because the past few rounds it hasn't really been working for them. Can BR get some?
See, there's three of Goblin Gang pushing on this A side, but they do have Spike on Spike there on Sage going over towards that B site on radio. As they find out Thane's camp, but do they realize he's still here?
That's a good Ares kill. That's another one. Good 2
One enemy remaining.
A little just ambitious there, trying to come through that as Sarkopels also finds the one with the shock dart. I put them on the round point.
3K ending up.
That's not what you want to see, because it's the thing that's so nice about Cypher cages is you hear when someone enters or leaves them. So Thane back there just gets all the information that one, when they triggered the cage, they tagged someone in it, but then here's someone jumping out of it, so all they need to do is just warm up that Ares and take out 2 of them. It's a little bit ambitious to try and jump out like that.
Very exciting game to see how everyone's gonna react and what's gonna happen next.
Looks like fast hookah control here coming out. Maybe just fully exploding this B site. Rena's going out, jet dashing across site, pushing up onto Thane. Red does find the pick onto Thane. Sarkopels trades one back onto radio, and Cowboy finding the one onto Sarkopels. We're into a 3v3 here on this retake. As Toby on the other side of the map lurks in and finds that pick onto Bill, making it a 3v2. Red getting a little overzealous there, getting picked out by BR. Now down to 2v2.
Throws their mollies, gets breach ulted, but they don't push off of the breach ult.
Breach and the Viper ults both come out, slowing down this push. This Viper ult, again, being huge, it's just going to lock this out. Except Tim does find Cowboy in the back, and BR finds Toby. No one was just looking in the right position, they just seemed lost. And that's going to be map 2 going in favor of Treehouse.
Bring us to a third one too.
That was such well played by Treehouse there. That was the performance we were lacking in the first map.
That was the one we were expecting.
That was definitely a lot more what we were wanting from them. hopefully they're able to roll that over and bring it into the third map. Third map, I believe was
Let me pull this up.
I want to say Ascent.
Yeah, it's Ascent with wait, is it very sorry, I can't figure this out.
I say we kind of distracted by all that action and that little tech pause that we kind of forgot what the map was.
We really were.
So, it is Ascent, so we're gonna take a short break here and then hop back into that. But for right now, again, we're still trying to hit that goal of 800. We're at 700 out of that 800 for the Trevor project. Exclamation Tiltify or donate will both take you to that link so you can donate and help out.
One shot. One chance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot. Brace yourself for the best. One shot. For the best.
Back to the sound.
the sound, back to the sound.
Alrighty, welcome back to the game. We're going into Ascent with Goblin Gangs are on defense this time again, and Trios are on attack. Uh, we after we mentioned it earlier, we saw that someone donated $20 to the Tiltify. Thank you very much for supporting the cause. Uh, we're very grateful for it. But I think we are going into this game soon, and should be loading up any minute.
As we start loading up here, again, both teams played, you know, I know Treehouse already played this one yesterday and played pretty strongly on it. So I want to see if they bring that in again and how Goblin Gang is going to deal with it. I know Thane was kind of a thorn with that mid control, that late lurk into mid, and I wonder if Goblin Gang is going to be ready for that if they had watched it.
Mm-hmm. Already, we see people locking in their characters. Like Toby's already on Viper, as we would have expected, like in the last ones. Link also on Sova, and then Thane also on Cypher. We see Tim back on Reyna, like in last game. Same with Woodrow, and then Red on Jet.
BR hovering the Astra. That's going to be.
Mm.
They do lock it in as well. That one's going to be kind of interesting to play because if I'm correct, I think Astra's kind of a secondary. I'm going to check this real quick actually. Astra's actually basically a third pick agent for him.
Mm-hmm.
Out of their top three, that's their third. So it's going to be kind of cool to see how they use them and how well. I'm guessing
Choose
that
your
they're
agent.
gonna play Thane up slow into that mid and use Astra to kind of, once Thane's been in mid, kind of lock out rotations and let Thane be that thorn.
Be that sneaking up and finding people and sorting things out.
Now on
Alright,
the
we got
other side of
Gauntlet finally
things,
locking
we
in.
have Cowboy going with Sky.
Mm-hmm. More double heals. Which that'll be pretty interesting to see.
Really just changing it up from last two maps where they've been on Breach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's exciting to see them try to work out how to use a different kind of flash and a different character in general, really. So it'll be pretty fun.
Yep. So after seeing how strong Treehouse came in last game, who do you think's gonna be able to run this one down?
I think it's pretty up in the air at the moment. Like we saw yesterday, both teams playing pretty good on this map. One better than the other certainly, but both doing their fair share of getting their good rounds. So I think it's really up in the air at this moment. Looks like Cowboy's gonna try to go for a quick flash through the window right away.
As I say, I know Goblin Gang yesterday had a kind of a rough time, but that's because mac and cheese.
Not to pat ourselves on the back, but oh, it seems like one of the players had a difficulty with loading in, so we'll have to restart the match.
We're gonna give it a restart because he froze basically right at the last second there, the freeze time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Looks like they're gonna restart their PC real quick, which shouldn't take too long, but
Anyways, as I was saying kind of before we went into that, I know Goblin Gang didn't get to see much of them yesterday because they played against Mac and Cheese, who kind of just blew through the group stage there, as I can speak from experience.
Mm-hmm.
But so they definitely had some good setups, so we'll see what if they learn from how they played yesterday, what they need to change and how they need to react differently.
Mm-hmm. And just what they need to do to sort things out and make sure everything works this time. Maybe they'll have a better defense on it. But we've also seen that Trios' attack can be really strong.
Treehouse definitely played. I believe they played into overtime yesterday on this game, if I'm remembering the right one. They played.
They did. They played against NA.
No, they were against Bozo Brigade on this one.
Oh, were they?
They went
sick.
into overtime with Bozo Brigade, and Bozo they were able to make it out of this other. Or not Bozo Brigade. Actually, no, I do take that back. Yeah, it was Bozo Brigade that they played, and they were able to. Bozo Brigade went second through that group. They got eliminated earlier today.
Mhm.
So we're still kind of just waiting for them to load back in. It's unfortunate that the PC froze, but both teams seem to be cool with it, and I'm sure for Goblin Gang is accepting the the little more time to cool off after that last one.
Yeah, after that brutal defense and offense they had, hoping they can get some more rounds under their belt. But it does look like our players will entertain themselves during the break and while waiting for their teammate.
Seem to be. I wonder if they're playing like some sort of game of I Spy or something. The way they keep looking off to that side.
I think it's supposed to be red light, green light.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yep, that looks definitely like what they're doing.
Yeah.
So now I should note during these tech pauses, players are not supposed to be talking strats, but whether or not they are, it's just kind of going off the honor system. But
So let's just hope that they're being trustworthy. Nice.
I would definitely say right now, if I was Treehouse, I would simply just be saying, hey, keep the good mood up, because they've got to be just feeling absolutely on a high right now.
It definitely seems like that's what they're doing compared to Goblin Gang, who are just like spreading out, probably talking about whatever or like past games or something.
They're probably just simply saying, hey, keep calm head, keep talking. Get that communication up, because communications is kind of what makes or break this game at most times.
Yeah, for sure.
No, they did say the players should be loading back in here shortly, so hopefully in the next couple seconds we can get going.
And
whoever wins this one does get to go against Mac and Cheese in the final.
yeah, the finals will be very interesting to see, and I hope that most people will be able to catch it and watch.
Looks like the player is still having issues reconnecting. Looks like they're going to start their game one more time, and then we're going to try and remake the game.
Yeah.
We do apologize for this this delay here, but the delay does give you a good opportunity to go check out the Trevor Project and see what they're all about, and then maybe donate on the Tiltify.
Definitely gives you enough time to go and see everything that would be there to see, I guess. Like, enough time to go put in your details and give as much money as you can, really. Because
it looks like they have actually loaded in, so hopefully you got that in real quick. And then we're going to be rolling here into the pistol round.
Alright, so right off the bat, it looks like it's going to be a B push with Thane lurking towards A or mid, which...
I'm sure Thane's just kind of going back and setting up what he's going to be doing over there. Just kind of setting up some sort of... Maybe either just to poke around or just set up some sort of information to see if they are going to go on this flank, because Goblin Gang does seem to be ones that kind of like to go on flank.
He's got the shorty again.
Or maybe he's just going to sit over there and be a rat.
Yeah, maybe. That could be fun.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, he's got the pistol and the shorty there. Using the
We have
trick.
double mid play here as two players are sitting looking into the mid, spotting what's going out.
Blinded.
Cowboy does get a nice flash off him. Checking out what's going on here with the dogs, but Angelic Tim finds the first pick onto Red. As they get stunned, they get the first pick, but they are not going. They are just kind of waiting for Thane here, but Thane might get spotted.
Yeah.
Does get spotted by Toby. That is some good presence of mind there from Toby to check that out.
Knowing that Thane has been playing like a rat and just slow in general.
Toby has been shown to have some great game sense going on through this, but Bill Nye does find a pick onto Cowboy, which turns us into a 3v4 on this retake.
Take flight.
Link throws the drone out, flying Toby, but Tim swings right away.
Now we're down to a 2v4. Not much going for him in the way to be able to crack into this.
Their window. Still spot someone anyway.
So they were able to take one more with them before going down, but there was just no way for them to crack into the 4 bodies there because it's so hard. You know, it's able to be done to get multi-kills in this game, but it is so difficult with how slow you get when you get tagged.
Yeah, it seems like we're doing something similar again, but instead of Thane, it's gonna be Tim on the other side. Or no, it looks like he's going to join. But it might
Looks
be
like potentially just another B pop here. They are going on to the lone one here as Toby fast coming in through mid. No one's gonna be expecting this flank, but they find the first pick onto Woodrow, who's getting a little overzealous there.
The
rest of the team is collapsing onto the site with the lone Cowboy sitting in the back.
Yeah.
Thane using the smallest of gaps to spot him out and pick him off. Now this flank from Toby is really just irrelevant.
Red and Market just trying to find someone that they can shoot at, but they just can't find anyone because of the Cypher gauge. Reggae pushes up and goes. Gets double stunned by Tim and Bill Nye.
And you know what? A clean round comes out of the treehouse. Such an explosive take from them.
This is what I've been wanting to see from them for a while now, and I'm excited to see it.
So they're definitely carrying over that momentum that they brought from last game.
It's nice to see them like using that confidence and that ego to just peak things that normally they wouldn't because they're afraid to.
I was gonna say the bonus round coming out here now. One thing to note is Tim has already, 2 rounds gone by, but he's 5-0. They, they'll need to stop him before he revs up too much.
Yeah. Like 1 away from the ult already, and I could see that coming in pretty clutch if there is a need to.
Now, Goblin Gang does have 3 stacked onto the site as the rush is coming in. It's just another pop coming out.
Cowboy just
going 1 for 1 right now, 2 for 1. Slowing him down. Toby coming in on the flank now is gonna be heard though. This flank is heard as Spike starts to go down. Thane now ready for Toby. Catches him out.
Gets the swing and gets some gun up for it as well.
All down to Red on a 1v3. Really, Red should just save it here. There's no reason to give up this weapon, and that looks like exactly what they're going to do.
Especially with her econ looking so rough right now. Saving the shields and the gun would be perfect for them.
I want them to see, I want them to put Toby onto that B site. Instead of making him go for these lurks, to make him sit on that site, have that control. Because I think Toby's just been the best player for him so far. Let them, let them be in position where they're coming. And honestly, if I'm Treehouse, I'm gonna say, hey, just keep going B. Make them make us have to change.
It works. Doesn't work. They're probably kind of still in if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality. Especially with Tim just now only getting his first death, but still.
But here it is. Here's that read coming from Thane. They're going over, leaning towards A now, as Toby is playing towards B. No real mid presence. It looks like this is coming out. Maybe Toby's gonna spot mid, but no. Toby just seems to be tucking himself in the corner over there. As the rest of Treehouse is now just the time they want to spread out. Red taking the early angle.
Arrow it right away.
That one flash on B bought them off of A.
Red takes a peek out. Now they're expecting Link from there.
Tim was able to hear Red running off into mid as Sarkopels goes and picks that off. And now that's a free A site. This is exactly the over-rotation that Thane loves to play against. Makes it so easy just to get your players in the right position to make the others, you know, make them guessing and make them have to fight back into an open site.
Definitely. There's a dog out from...
Thane dodging the dog out mid. I wonder if this is going to grant them a free kill. Looks like it is. Cowboy not expecting it at all. But Radio does go peek for Cowboy.
But gets traded out.
That's
the gun upgrade too. But gets dogged randomly. Completely missing Woodrow too.
Last player standing.
Tim and Hell gets the pick on Toby. And BR with Woodrow. Left only for Radio.
No, it's all down to Radio. Radio's probably just gonna go grab this gun that they got down in mid. Oh, never mind. They have a Vandal, so they're just gonna save it on to the next round. That looked so weird in mid that, you know, I don't know if Goblin Gang just didn't talk. Like they were kind of expecting Thane to be in mid like that, but the dog didn't spot him. But Radio still swung off Cat and was looking in the right area, but Cowboy was just kind of just looking at nothing. He got caught in the back.
Again, I just want to mention how strong of a game that BR is having right off the bat too, with a 5-0 on 4th round too, not being taken down once as a controller as well. But Toby gets the
Toby starting off with the shorty kill, but gets traded back by Tim, and Thane find him a pick on the Woodrow. Now just Cowboy on the site. All Hope can do is just slow it down, but is not able to slow down enough. Going down to Tim, and that's B now open as the rotations come in from Radio and Red. We're both too far away to be somewhere extremely useful though.
Radio gets Radio by the timing.
Now it's just down to Red, who is on this flank that Thane is looking for.
Tripwire destroyed.
And peaks at the perfect time. Also getting team flash by their Sky, but seems like they've been doing that the entire game.
I'll say it looks like Thane, or not Thane, Treehouse there is just having a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, they're having a good time, it seems. Which makes sense judging by how they've got a 5-0 lead.
Looks like they're going back to that fast B pop here. Maybe Thane's gonna lurk out in the mid. Nope, looks like never mind. He's going all the way around. But it's that first early B presence here.
Really doing the tour to ascent.
Getting slowed down by the dog though, coming out of Cowboy. But now there's 4 stacked over to the B side as Thane is top mid poking around seeing what he can find.
Maybe we can see Red gain some good Marshall picks. We know they're good at the op, but it really depends if they can hit the head.
Toby finding the first one on the Sarkopels and a second onto BR. That's huge to cut off this rotation, but Thane picks one onto Rodro. And Toby goes down to Tim, making it back into a 3v3. But that A site is open and they are running over.
Radio and Red also rotating over to A when Night Cowboy stays on B a bit. Maybe we're going to market. Just in a slow hold. Trios doesn't really look like they know what they're doing.
Cowboy pokes in the mid just a little bit, doesn't see anything, goes to join, maybe gonna join the teammates over to A, but holds in the mid just a little bit longer. Where Treehouse is actually going up the catwalk. And there's no eyes on it.
30 seconds left.
But now all eyes are turning to that position as the Sky Flash comes out.
Can they get the shot? They sadly miss and Bill Nye gets it out.
Last player standing.
Radio just missing the head. Gives it another round.
This is the performance from Treehouse we wanted to see, and we're exactly getting it.
This seems like they really got a fire lit under them by that first game, and they wanted to show that we're better than this and we can win.
Yeah, that first game was just looking rough for them. Starting out here, it looks like they're flipping things on its axis. They're going to be stacking over towards A while Thane goes over to B. Red trying to find the first pick. Doesn't do enough damage to get one.
You want to fight it?
Asher ult coming in, cutting that side off, but they have to go through. They are choosing to back off of that Viper ult. Woodrow has pushed top mid. Was able to find one on them running back, caught unaware, but not able to get more than that because pretty much just gun diff having the frenzy into the Phantom.
Kobe's got A site completely blocked off with the smoke, but they're walking out of it trying to get a kill. They switch
Unfortunate
out their
timing.
last second. Darkenbolt breaks the glass, throws a shock dart into hell. Expecting someone there.
Oh, Red
turns
just
away,
also
though.
missing a timing.
Spike
Does
planted.
though find the kill on the Tim, so that makes it a little more better, a little
Last
better
player
towards them.
standing.
But now it's just a 1v3 trying to get the tree take, but finds the
get
first
the
pick.
Darkenbolt peeks
Does
out,
not find
gets
anything
the kill on
else.
Red.
It's 7-0 in favor of Treehouse. This is such a good game coming out from them.
Yeah. I know last time, in the last stream, we got to see Trios do 12-0, and I wouldn't be hoping for that because I'd love to see the game going for longer. But I'm curious if we are going to see that again, even though the roster has changed a bit.
It seems right now that it's Goblin Gang is just kind of looking uncomfortable. They're getting caught out in bad timings and just seem lost. I don't know where they want to find information or how they want to find it.
Yeah, Scent really just does look like a rough map for them.
Thane finds the
I know
first pick there
exactly
onto
where
radio
you are.
and gets that Cypher upload up, knowing that a couple sites are fairly free.
Looks like they're leaning towards A. Yeah, with Bill Nye going back to heal Tim.
Nailed them.
Red though does find one, finds two and
Red
gets
getting
out,
2 clean headshots.
but then walks back
Swings
into
in
the blind.
Dead.
Toby though finds
Finds
one.
kill.
Toxins going up.
Are they
Fucking
aware?
Enemy remaining.
Turns
They
just
get
in
it.
time to get the one in hell. Toby's just gonna
We're
stick
gonna
this
see the
to
first
fuse.
round.
Well,
I'm
Angelic
expecting
Tim
a
has
Randolph
no
and
way to
Tim,
really
maybe.
get them off of that.
It got the kill, but couldn't finish
Catch
off
him.
the round.
I'll say they caught him through the corner, but that's really all they could do and get away there.
First round goes to Goblin Gain, and hopefully this gives them some momentum to build off of. Their econ is still looking a bit rough and could be better, but at least they have decent guns now and can buy up a little bit. Looking like another B execute with Thane lean towards A with his util, but going back to
Goblin
the
Gang
team.
finally able to find one and off of some nice shots from Red. We need to see that keep happening. Players seeming to kind of fall asleep a little bit, so they need to get back into this game. But we do have a fast B coming, or fairly quick B coming out.
Cowboy gets a lot of
Treehouse.
stamina for them.
Only one on the site to contest this.
2 styles at once, both going
Woodrow's
off.
still alive somehow. Bunch
Woodrow
of missed
barely
shots
hanging
going
on.
out. BR and Tim finally getting 2 picks onto site. Radio trading one back onto Thane.
BR gets the plant down.
Spike planted. Your duty is not
And Radio
over.
pops the resin Cowboy, making it a 4v4 retake. Toby bringing it
Toby
down to
making a
3v4.
4v3. The 2 get traded back immediately. Not in the favor of Goblin Gangs.
Just missed a spray on Radio there from Bill Nye.
One enemy remaining.
You hear him. And Tim gets the final kill on Cowboy. Bring him into an
Cowboy
8-1
really didn't
lead
have
again.
much hope there to try to find himself into that. It was just kind of once you get into those post plants there and have so many people to watch the angles,
Mhm.
and basically one watch each angle and the other one play a trade, it gets hard to lock anything in.
Really does.
8-1 now. You know, I still need to see something we need to see Goblin Gang just try something.
Looks like Woodrow's gonna try to go for a rat play with the shorty. Maybe go into that cubby on B site. Maybe it'll pay off this time.
Toxins going up.
The drone didn't check.
Oh, Woodrow
Misses
did
the
not
shots,
get one.
though.
But team kill coming out from Sarkopels onto Thane.
Oh no.
Poison orb and make toxin screen down.
Treehouse does decide that they want to run away after that Astra ult comes down. Going down into mid.
Brad can't do anything about getting pinged by the Silva dart.
Does look like they are walking onto the MTA site. You can clear everything out. But Spike should be going down here shortly.
Yeah, nobody's really on A site to defend it. So Bill Nye's already in heaven and might get a wallbang spray if they're lucky. If they're lucky and listen closely.
Oh, Bill Nye, they want to do it. Just not riding the right time to pull the trigger.
And they're so close. Oh.
That's one thing that's nice about the X-rays. We can see when they should shoot, but no one else knows.
Last player
It has
standing.
come down to a 3v1 though, out of nowhere. Some clean kills coming out, and Radio locking that one in to make it 8-2. They're crawling back slowly, but they got a lot more to go to make it a much better game and much more comfortable. They need to get these last two. Is still a decent buy coming out for Treehouse, but looks like Treehouse needs to. They'll need to lock this one in to make sure that the next round is comfortable. Looks like it's gonna be.
Here.
You got a bit of a B lean from the defense and an A lean from the offense. Wonder if they're gonna end up meeting in the middle. 'Cause that it does seem.
Yeah.
Treehouse is walking up the catwalk. Red just missing him, but Red is gonna hopefully hear him. Doesn't seem like they do.
No more.
Oh.
Sarkopels is
Red
ready
just
for
peeked
Red
at
and
the wrong
finds
time.
that first pick.
But they got peeked right back and Circle gets taken out. Probably just desperately trying to hold on to the site.
Last player standing.
BR gets 2, but Woodrow gets Thane.
Is really just kind of onto Woodrow now. Woodrow needs to find this 1v3 for their team to be able to, you know,
Spike
hopefully get the
planted.
last of this half. Like I said, money being a problem, or being a slight issue there over on Treehouse. But no one wants to show themselves for Woodrow. Woodrow knows where one's at, gets that kill,
Gets 1.
but has to take a guess where the
Sucks
last
the
two
one
are.
out.
Enemy
Guesses
remaining.
correctly on the one. Now it's down to a 1v1
Down for Bill Nye.
in favor for Bill. It's really in favor for Bill Nye. Bill Nye just needs to just wait.
Just needs to wait this out and expect the fuse. And they get the good
Woodrow
time.
missing the shot, going down to Bill Nye. Such a close round.
Last
Woodrow
round before
crawling
the
it
switch.
back, but not able to take it home.
This could go either 2 ways. This could go to a 2-10, which would be really hard for Goblin Gang in the future, but they could bring it back still. Or it could go to 9-3, so for those of you who believe in those superstitions, then maybe they have a chance of coming back and bringing it back on the 3rd round. But we'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, at this point in time, you kind of need to get what you can, and then just kind of clear your mind for the other
Woodrow
side.
getting an instant wall spray, but it doesn't hit anyone sadly because of recoil.
Yeah, if aiming just a tad too high, just Woodrow's just right there, and they
Just
don't even know
missing.
it. Just slightly
He's
aiming too
just
high, which
missing.
is so unfortunate. But now they are out of ammo.
Out
and
of bullets.
onto the shorty.
Left of the shorty. Looking really rough for them. The drone gets radio.
Droning out. They know 2 are in mid now, one on that right and one on that left. Able to find both 1 for 1 there. Thane now finding the second, getting 2 of them. the 3v4 coming in, and no one in really good positions to slow this down. But
Spike down mid.
Woodrow can't get the shorty.
oh,
Ah, it's too bad. Red just
Thane
gets
is
the
on
short.
another level right now with that read. It was, you know, through the shoulder and got the issue. But here's the thing: Spike is top mid. Both the defenders have line of
30
sight on that,
seconds left.
but Toby not ready, not looking ready. Oh, just barely turns around in time to be able to catch Thane. Such finally timing
Got
going
here.
in the side or in the favor of Goblin Gang. Not able to hold on to that spike that is now making its way towards A site, as no one else is there to be able
10
to stop
seconds
it.
left.
They're gonna get the plant down because they have to do that or else they lose. They don't get the door closed.
Looks like the door already had been closed and broken off. Good early round, you know, play there so that they have more avenues to be able to get into the site, as both players look like they are staying on side.
They know where Toby is.
Toby making some noise, but using
One
a molly to
enemy
clear out the
remaining.
issue for Red, but Red finds it first. Now they just need to clear out.
Last player standing.
Tim gets
Gets to the half, and then Tim
gets
heals
Red.
up and gets the other one. That
There's the
Reyna
10 to
heal,
half.
that Reyna heal, just so strong.
Switching sides.
It really is a very powerful thing to try to counter, because it just heals so fast that it's so hard to play against. But
Now,
Now
what
we
would
get
you
this
be
guy
telling
Goblin
your teammates over here?
I don't know.
If
to
you
be
were
honest.
Goblin Gang, what would you be saying?
If I'm being fully honest, I would be in not the best mental state. I'm just trying to hold on and keep spirits up. And then we get it on this half, but it is very hard to, especially judging that Ascent is such a defense side map.
That it is. You need to really find a way to be super explosive, but Goblin Gang were not able to find it, you know, find that explosiveness last map, so let's see if they can get it here.
They don't shoot the dart.
Immediately
get
gets
them
spotted by the dart, going into the Sova and Cypher.
They can get some
Just
damage on
really
them.
just caught out by a lot of utility and
Caught by the
stuck in-
dog.
stuck down in the corner. Woodrow just trapped out.
Bill Nye
But
gets,
does find the pick onto Bill Nye.
yeah.
Gets a second one onto Thane. But BR finds one through the smokes with the frenzy.
Gets hit with Sova dart, that's brutal. And Link finishes off Woodrow.
I was gonna say this
Right there, looking
round
hesitant at the peak.
this round is so crucial to be able to have any chance in this game. But Toby does find one, but finds that
Tim gets the
you know,
flank.
the back
down
access is
B.
open.
One
But
enemy
Tim
And the
came in the
second-
back lines themselves. Now it's just all down to Toby.
Yeah.
Again, Toby against a 1 HP Sarcopels and a full HP Tim. And Tim has been so strong. in
One
this game.
enemy remaining.
They get circle pills.
Now that it's just the issue of trying to find which angle Tim's gonna be on.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Toxins going
30 seconds left.
Gets 2
And
shots
Tim
off, but
gets
that's
the
not
ammo.
gonna be enough.
that's looking really rough for Goblin Gang, and it's gonna be hard to come back with this.
They're
Because especially
really
now
gonna
with
be
Stick
fighting
in
off
the,
the back foot now.
Oh, timeout is called by attackers. So it looks like Goblin Gang's gonna be discussing what they need to do and how they can counter this somehow, because I'll be honest, this isn't looking the best for them. I'm thinking they just need to manage
I
their
think right
econ
now
and
it's
make
just-
sure they'll be okay for next round.
I say just really them just sitting here talking and saying, hey, we know what we need to do. We just need to relax. You know, stress. They need to find the middle ground of stressing the importance of what they need to do, but not enough to make people overstressed to
Mm-hmm.
basically to where they shut down.
Yeah, we definitely do not want that.
I know though this is definitely dominant treehouse looking here. They were that first game they were looking a little lackluster, but they all found their way into it. I think they just need a little more time to warm up and get their get the blood flowing.
But we're back into the game and we're back to playing. And it seems like there's gonna be another B push by the 4 of them from Goblin Gang.
We have
Toby lurking.
4 Aries on the side of treehouse.
Yeah.
That
and then
that
Tim with the
alone is
Spectre.
just gonna be so rough
Oh,
to push into with the amount of smokes and control that they have.
Dark
spraying through, but also spraying too high.
Seems to be a repeated problem at this point.
That really just lulled them into a false sense of security, just straight into BRs.
Toby gets a nice shot in mid. The spike also going out through mid. Looking like they may be going through cat.
Does look like it's gonna be this cat to be, but they're gonna be running into 3 players sitting here. Here's the Sky running up and the dog coming out, but are they gonna find Thane sitting over on the site? They don't even look to sight before you see something. And Thane pops that one way.
Barely sees Toby's feet.
Such a nerdy thing to have set up there and to have held onto it this long.
One enemy remaining.
But hey, if it works, I guess it works.
It works, and that's such a great, it's such a hard thing to stop because there's no way to, to really counteract it, especially when you don't have that much utility.
The box, though.
But Toby seems to be ready for Sarcopels, but does not find the shot. Toby in such a rough position here.
They got the shorty and ready, but they get taken out by the Ares anyway.
Doesn't get it. Such a rough position to be in.
Goblin Gang now forced into a really difficult spot for Econ, where none of them can get a full buy, when Trios could probably buy full shields and like Vandals at this point. We'll just have to see how they can counter it. But I think Goblin Game just still has to keep in mind that they do have a chance and they could still win this, and that they shouldn't give up yet.
I say there's still a chance for anything to happen, but it is a rough position.
It really is.
Red though. Oh, looks like he accidentally dashed the wrong way. Dashed into the gunfire that's coming down, and it's already down to. Oh, now it's back to 3v3.
Who knows? Maybe Toby can get this back with the Bulldog in mid.
Toby needs to kind of go huge for the team here, but he's gonna get blind and misses the shot because of it. Now it's down to a 1v3, all on radio for series point.
Gets one. Goes back to heal. It's a lot of pressure on her right now.
It's not only the game, it's the series. Loser of this is eliminated. Gotta make noise running up an aid. Maybe just stop soon, but they're gonna hear the orb going. Kind of just. What do?
They got the one-way off.
There's no way to realize that both of these players are going to be on cat. But they are split up now. They can't find the pick on the Sarcopels. Sarcopels shooting a little too early there, but the radio's so worried about sight, where Thane has been a nuisance sitting in back sight for him. And Sarcopels finishes that game.
Defenders win.
Very good job.
That one was definitely rough for him. But that was very well played there by Treehouse. Toby tried to do what he could to carry Goblin Gang, but it was not going anywhere near their favor. They had such a rough time, and they just seemed uncomfortable on that map, and that's kind of what we saw from them yesterday as well. As they played it, but they just couldn't get anything to go in their favor.
Well, it looks like we're getting an interview soon from Trios' top frag, Tim.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi guys.
So how did that game feel?
Oh my god, it felt amazing. It felt amazing.
I'm sure it did.
Yeah, my team felt really good. Their team did put up a fight. I was a little scared of Toby at all times. Like at all times. But
Toby was successfully being kind of a rat against you guys. What was kind of your thought process to kind of deal with that?
Go fast and hope Toby's not faster. So
yeah,
it definitely seemed to work.
The shorty must have been hard to avoid at some points.
Yeah, there was one time when we walked in on B, and there was a shorty, and I was like, "Oh, my bad, didn't check," and so we did that.
Yeah, there was definitely good. So that first map was pretty close. How were you guys feeling that first one?
On split,
Yeah, what was going on there?
it was we were just gonna go next, you know. It was a warm up game, all right. Warm up.
Just kind of GG go next. Fair enough.
Yeah, we
And
put
it
up a
seems like it
fight.
definitely worked.
Yeah, we put up a fight, but we definitely were struggling. We definitely had to make use of the like timeouts, like the
Yeah.
pauses.
It definitely seemed like you guys were still kind of warming up a little bit.
Yeah.
But then going into that second game, what was like kind of that in between break? What was kind of going on? What was the discussions you guys were having? What was
It
who was
was
kind of taking charge?
of course our team captain Thane and Link, both of them. Well, okay, I think Link's team captain, but they're both IGLs, and I adore them, and they're so smart, and they came up with like every strategy we ever did. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of very interesting strategies we saw, like Thane going on his own to the other site entirely and just being so patient and very disciplined with it to not shoot at all, to
Yeah.
bait everyone to the other side and then have all of you rotate around and through your spawn and just lots
Yeah.
going on.
So you guys were definitely ready for us kind of throwing your way, and Thane was having some very good positioning and getting you guys to where you needed to be.
Yeah.
It's been. Do you got any questions?
Not that I can think of other than how are you feeling and are you excited for the next game?
I am excited for the next game. I actually cannot play in the next game, so we have to find a film.
Aw.
But
Oh, that's
I
so
will be
unfortunate.
supporting my
excited
team
to
from
play
afar. My team's gonna put up a good fight against your guys' team, I believe. So
Yep.
Yes.
best of
So that
luck.
one's
Thanks
gonna be
everyone who
fun.
played. It was a great game. So yeah.
Glad you had fun.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Now that being said, we are going to be hopping into another break. But before we go to break, one more drop for the Tiltify, for the Trevor project. There, we did get another donation of $2.70, bringing us up to $722.70. Still on that way to that 800 goal. It's hopefully we can reach that before the end of this. We do have one more. We have the final best of 3 coming for the evening, and that is going to
Yeah.
be our team Mac and Cheese versus Treehouse.
If you have a donation that you've been waiting on, make sure to get it out during the last game because I'm sure that's your last chance to donate, so it'd be very appreciated if you could get us there.
sound, back to the sound. Back to the sound. One shot. One chance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot. Brace yourself for the best. One shot. for the Vegas. What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary.
Hey, welcome back to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. Right here, we're going to be playing up at the Grand Finals. It's going to be a match between Treehouse and Mac and Cheese. Today, what's up? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And as your casters will be me, Jocelyn, and we've also got Sype with us as well. Though before we actually hit the game itself, if you do have anything to donate towards the Trevor Foundation, anything is appreciated. So far, we've already hit $722.70. And if you're wondering how to donate, you can type in chat !Tiltify, and it'll send you to the Tiltify link. But yeah, let's get to it. So at the moment, Sype is having some issues with Mike. So for the time being, I'm just going to be the person casting, that we may get that result soon, hopefully. Interestingly enough, we're going to be playing Haven for the first map on the first match. Okay, so we already have, are we going to get a roulette neon on the first match? Is that what's going down? What a crazy hover for the first match. I don't know what they intend to do over there at Mac and Cheese, but it seems like they may decide to do a roulette on their first match to make things interesting, maybe a little goofy. But at least with Treehouse, we do have the signature SOA pick. It's going to be interesting to see the interactions between each team, especially... Okay, now they're actually going to pick. Cool. So we're going to have conflicting chambers, it looks like. Okay, so it looks like over at Mac and Cheese we have a really good comp. They definitely have their smokes and their blinds covered, and their util foresight with the triple sentinel. Meanwhile, we do have Treehouse going pretty well with their Astra, Sova, Sky, Reyna, and Chamber. Their Sova game is pretty crazy, and it will be interesting to see how Thane plays Chamber, because I know that Midnight had a pretty crazy Chamber. So those global Astra smokes and util is going to be really useful. Especially since Haven has 3 sites as opposed to the normal 2. We have Thane in chat with Dumpy Diff. That's awesome. Alright. So I'm curious to see how Mac and Cheese is going to defend here.
Placing sentry.
Alright, cool. Let's see how this first round goes off. Cool, so it looks like they're going to be pushing up A long here. They do have a Reyna and Sage. They're both chilling on A site. Really good dart placement. Ooh, didn't check the cross angle.
Spike down A.
Okay, looks like we got that sky blind. Perfect. So are they going to rotate off here? Yeah, it looks like it. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them because it looks like the early rotate was picked.
Launching smoke.
Okay, Treehouse is going all the way to C. And it looks like we have Mac and Cheese lagging behind. They're still trying to make it through B and through Garage. Okay, so it does look like they're going to go for the slow flank at C long here. Damn, that headshot. Really good job by Thane. Making the most out of that pocket. Guardian there.
One enemy remaining.
Hello?
Oh,
Unlucky.
we're
They're
back.
gonna get
I'm
flanked
here.
and pinned here. Hey, welcome back.
Sorry about that.
What an unfortunate flank going up C long there. That was just, there's nothing you could really do in that situation, especially with the numbers.
Yeah.
All Thane
Alright.
could really do there was accept that fate.
Alright, I'm trying to get back into this game, see what's going on. I was busy dealing with my audio stuff, but it looks like Mac and Cheese was able to take that pistol round, so they're going to have that nice force on their side. They have a Vandal, kind of a risky play, especially considering the Sheriff on Midnight. But we'll see how these
That is going
pistols
to be
fare.
interesting.
Alright. Bill will be taking that orb. Looks like they're trying to take that mid control. Spike's all the way back in grass. They're trying to make rounds. Looks like 3 have moved to A. Trying to take that ground. Steve-O's on alert behind. Might pick up this Astra soon. Especially being vulnerable with the Astral form. Doesn't see. Able to get that flank in.
Still in sight.
They're making long. They know about him now. Curse, they're making their way C long. It's hard because they have 2 behind, 3 on site, and they're lost, especially with pistols. They're able to take out Steva though. Maybe they keep that gun.
One enemy remaining.
2v1. That Vandal
Spike down.
really
Attacker spawn.
showing its fruition. And they're able to take out that last one.
It was really interesting to see Steve-O play the long waiting game on that one, because Steve-O had the hit on their chamber, but waited patiently and kind of bided time. I don't want to say that flank made it for them, but it definitely helped a lot.
Yeah.
What an interesting bonus.
Yeah, I'm predicting Treehouse will probably take this round, especially with all those Phantoms coming out. Mac and Cheese does have a Vandal on their side, but with 2 Spectres and a Bulldog, and one of them full saving, it might not be enough. They will be moving towards this A. Steve-O lurking in that short. He will make a quick peek. Curse trying to take that trade. They know he's down there. He backs off onto site. Killjoy comes over. It looks like Brimstone and Chambers making their way over too. Now they have 4 on A. A hard take for Treehouse for sure.
There.
A Bulldog from Steve-O taking out Thane.
Ooh.
Sharkpool's able to get that star, but Circle able to take out Curse. These Astral Stars able to cut off those lines with sight, but they're just leaving the site. Sarkpool's trying to take B, leaning towards A. Spike's still over near their spawn.
Last player standing.
Steve-O taking out Sarkpool's at mid. Astra might come in for this trade. Steve-O dismisses off, and now it's BR in a 1v4.
What an unlucky situation.
Say that again, especially after they bought. Mac and Cheese will pick up these guns, and we'll be able to take probably in the next couple of rounds. Unless BR is able to pull it off here. Steve-O pushed up short a little, might be unaware. He's able to get that last kill on BR.
That was just a patience game there. It seems like Treehouse struggled a bit there, just kind of trickling in and giving away picks.
Yeah, it seems like they really gave them 1v1s and isolated their interactions, but not in a good way.
Yeah, hopefully we can see them go all in and kind of disorient the defending side, because if they can pull that off, then they may be able to get the site, get the plant in, then win the round. We'll just have to see what that looks like.
Definitely, especially with that Sova for post plant.
Oh yeah.
We do have a Killjoy ult from Circle.
Could totally use that on A, should they go A.
Absolutely. Looks like they're playing sort of a default, leaning towards mid and A. Just trying to burn out utility at this point. Not a lot of action happening, especially on a save.
A little smarter for them. Definitely playing the waiting game to see if they can bait something.
Yeah. That's definitely not what you want to do on a default, is to run out and die without any sort of plan.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Will be able to be picked off. 2 in heaven. Or, sorry, I should say 3. 1 moving, 1 getting picked off. There's 3, and it's all being choked up into one spot.
That really just turned into an all-out gunfight. Unreal. There's not really many timelines, I suppose, where you win that scenario when they hold that window.
Yeah, especially when they all grouped up.
Yeah, they certainly had the high ground.
Yeah.
It really just became a repeat of history where they just one by one fell.
Definitely.
Hopefully we can see them find a way to piece together and play angles here.
Definitely. They're going to try their hand at C this time. Brimstone smoke coming out, trying to get that long angles. They'll be grabbing that orb for the Silva ult. They do have a Sky ult on their side. Flash comes in. They're leaving C a little bit open. If this drone can see
really good
they
intel.
Will be able to see that Brimstone, but it doesn't know about the other 2 people on the site. They will be using that Killjoy ult on C, forcing them to yet again rotate. Steve-O again with a lurk. He's in window. Let's see if they are able to spot it, and they are not. And Steve was able to get that pick and just dash out of there. They're
really just turning into those
See?
Steve-O lurks.
Definitely. That's definitely his signature in these games that we've been seeing. Thane able to get a nice entry on not a circle. Those smokes able to get that ground, and they'll probably get plant down.
Launching smoke.
Looks like they're split up on site. This is Starchild. Running in, getting picked off. Will Thane be able to notice Steve-O down there?
1 enemy.
Will, and able to get that headshot. Brimstone's still in heaven. Or sorry, yes, heaven. Sky playing hell. Thane down there in short. Getting that pick, he's low. Any amount of damage will kill him, and sure enough. Thane with the 4K. Able to secure that round for Treehouse in their first one on the board.
Yeah, Treehouse finally got one down, which is awesome. It seems like the mac and cheese bread and butter is that Steve-O watching strange angles and kind of hitting him with the ambush. Steve-O ends up becoming a one-man army in a sense, but it wasn't enough for them that round.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can see a repeat of that for Treehouse, because mac and cheese's defense game seems to be pretty indomitable, where they're able to hit some offensive action while simultaneously maintaining their sights.
Definitely. And it looks like they're yet again going for that C push. It worked for them last time, but not in the way you might think. They rotated off pretty quickly. They will have that Chamber watching there. And Chamber's able to get that op down on their controller, an important frag. Now they have no smokes, no ability to cut off lines of sight. It looks like they're switching to sort of a default out here. Noise happening in garage. Killjoy mollies, hopefully to slow down a push that might happen through there. That turret is able to see Curse at mid window. And it's not looking great for Treehouse.
Right here.
1 man down. But they're playing quiet. They're going to see if they can re-hit something. Hopefully catch one on off guard. You see Steve-O running over to A. Not a lot of noise at mid. I think they're ready for an A push here. Especially with so many pushing long here. It might work out for them.
30 seconds left.
The Sky Flash able to pop out. The Ares from Kenny. Steve-O again with another kill.
Last player standing.
Circle on Thane.
Flawless.
Sarkopos was unfortunately not able to secure out the round. Tough for sure, but flawless for mac and cheese. We'll see a timeout starting from Treehouse.
They're certainly going to need it to be able to divulge, dig deeper into their strategy here, because it seems like Mac and Cheese's defense game is really just rigid and strong. They're, again, I can't like overstate this. Steve-O's ability to get behind them and kind of like form cracks in their foundation for their team is just incredible. Even with them pushing A with all of their util, they had enough numbers already on A, expecting them to go A to be able to flush them out and win the round.
Definitely. I think one of their strong suits is the fact that their defense is so strong and forces to Treehouse to rotate constantly. And then Steve-O's already there on flank by the time they're able to rotate. So he's able to get those quick frags and get out of there quick. And it leaves him one man down, and one man is all it takes.
I honestly really think that you're completely right. I think that if Treehouse is able to figure out a way to bait the rotate, expect them to like go to another site, and maybe they can bait out Steve-O and then get the pick on Steve-O and then go on the site they intend to go to all along.
Definitely. And I think good entries will help them as well.
Absolutely.
It looks like they're still discussing a little bit. A few people not moving on Treehouse side, but it looks like they might be playing sort of a default, maybe trying to read for Steve-O lurking, which he will be playing an aggressive A long. Thane looking at that short. Steve-O about to push out, but here's the flash and decides to move on. We'll be able to get that pick on Thane, getting another quick pick like we've been mentioning. And it looks like Treehouse will still be going A anyways. Maybe reading for the rotate off. Steve-O able to hear them moving around up there. Does get that intel, forcing them all onto A. And it looks like Bomb is on the other side of the map. Maybe those footsteps were all they needed. Astra with Spike going up into a window. To Garage. Shooting off that Killjoy utility. Now she knows they're there. It looks like they're making their way over to C. Midnight with that option. First able to get that trade quickly. Lots of action happening in Garage. 3 of them there. Punishing the line for that push. Steve-O again on Curse. And Astra alone with an op on B site. And Steve-O able to solidify the round for Mac and Cheese.
What an unfortunate turn of events. They really like to commit to one spot on defense side and then roll with it. It's kind of like a battering ram in a way, where even though they're defending, kind of push through the offense.
Definitely. It definitely looks like they're very quick on the rotates. I think both teams are very quick on their rotates, and on attack, it seems like it's punishing Treehouse a little bit more.
Absolutely. It seems like if they can double down on a site, Treehouse could be good for it and take a win on a round. But they do have to push through the Steve-O and Midnight, because Midnight's off game can be a little spooky.
Definitely. And Steve-O will be opping on C. And will be tagged by Sova, and possibly Sova ulted. We'll have that off legs Curse, with that Astra ult coming up, not able to cover Thane in time in order for that optic to come out. You see the Brimstone ult coming out, and they are leaving the site yet again. Even with the Astra ult, they just can't commit. Their defense is just too strong. They'll make their way into their spawn, and it looks like Midnight has a lurk, killing off Curse. These lurks are just punishing Treehouse so hard. And able to get out of there quick, not getting too greedy. Sarkopol's with a pick in Garage on Kenny. Maybe one man is all they need.
Standing ahead.
Sovadar coming in B. They're making their way towards there. If Sarkopols can take their way to Garage. Kenny sees too. Will make their way over to C. Kills out by Sarkpols. A big frag for Treehouse. Sarkpols running for that spike.
I have the spike.
Seen by the Killjoy in mid. Star will see
10 seconds left.
in Garage. Sarkpols needs this plant down. Not a lot of time on their side.
Spike planted.
Circle around the door and able to get that last kill on Sarkpols.
Just an unlucky turn of events, but great effort from Sarcopels. They tried really hard there, but their defense still time and time again. It seems like anywhere the treehouse goes, Mac and Cheese is going to follow.
Oh, no,
Definitely.
you don't deserve my inventions.
It seems that try as Treehouse might, Mac and Cheese is just one step ahead every step of the way.
They just need to find a way to, I guess, like 5D chess it, bait the rotate, and commit. But that's kind of the tough part of this map, is it's so easy for the defenders to get to where they want to be as quickly as possible.
Definitely. With 3 sites, there's so much ground to cover, though.
That is true.
See that shorty coming out from not a circle. Maybe we'll see a shorty kill this game. Looks like a heavy A push from Treehouse. Will force people to rotate over to A. Steve-O's lurking in that corner. Will he get traded out? No. Gets 1. Gets 2. First trying to get that trade, but Steve-O able to take all 3 fights, even with 3 people there.
Last player standing.
Circle getting that kill on Sarkis, just made great ground onto A. Taken out too quickly, along with Bill Nye.
It was that moment's hesitation that really made the round for Mac and Cheese. I think the Treehouse really could have committed to that site and probably gotten on there, especially if they kind of bullied Steve-O a little harder. But Steve-O is kind of going crazy with it. All they really need to do is find a way to push through and just trudge on home. Because that was, unfortunately, not going as planned at all. But if Treehouse does commit, and commit a little harder than they did there, they'll have it. Because you saw the hesitation against Steve-O. It's incredibly intimidating to go up against Steve-O, but I think that they can push through.
Absolutely. With somebody who's fragging out like that, it's hard not to respect them. Especially after 3 people were taken down by 1 guy. Maybe just true. 1 entry is all they need. Steve-O pushing up, getting 2 kills. Steve-O, man, just absolutely dismantling Treehouse right now. Sarkbull's able to kill a quick lurk from Circle. And now they're trying to regroup, figure out what to do. Looks like they'll be pushing grass, but Steve-O is there to respond again. Will we get darted out? See? Flashing to the floor. They're respecting him. They don't want to push into Steve-O. Trying to make their way. Sarkbull's able to get 1. But Kenny, quick to trade off. And it looks like they're going to get sandwiched
1
in
enemy
on B.
remaining.
VR taken out by Steve-O on the flank again. Curse with 1. He knows where both are.
Left.
And taken out by Steve-O at the end. 4K for Steve-O.
It really is that malleability of Steve-O's play. Holy cow. Treehouse would have this. It's just difficult to pick where Steve-O's going to go, because Steve-O doesn't commit to one site.
Definitely. He really likes to play that lurk.
Yeah, it certainly is, like, it isn't due to any lack of performance from Treehouse. They are playing well. They're just having difficulty finding where they need to place their shots, because you never really know where Mac and Cheese is going to be at any moment. They pick and choose almost on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just so hard to get those entry picks. They just can't make ground. They've only planted twice this game. Short will be pushed. Devo again with the response to 1. Will get flashed out. And unfortunately, Curse cannot get that kill on Steve-O. And we'll see that Killjoy ult coming out. Do not want them to take A, forcing them off of the site. And are rotating off because they know that A is secured. They can't take it. And it looks like Treehouse will be pushing into mid. They're trying to decide what to do. They're just lost 2 people down. It's just a slow game for them. They know that they can't push anything. How it stands right now, something has to change. Sarkopol's droning out C.
30 seconds left.
Might be able to see these 2. Able to see those last 2. They know 2 are there. Astro Star's coming out. Sarkopoulos entering into on the side.
One
Trade
enemy
coming
remaining.
out. Bill Nye,
Spike down.
last
C.
one alive, able to get one, but unfortunately could not get that last 2 kills in plant. And traded out by Kenny.
Last round.
How unfortunate.
In the half.
Things did not go as planned on A at all for Curse. Curse had hook, line, and sinker, the pick against Stevo, but just the shots weren't placed.
Yeah, it's just so hard.
It is becoming a really difficult, like, uphill battle for Treehouse. Hopefully they can get better luck and odds on the defender side, because you can't really expect a flank from Stevo if you're defending.
Definitely.
But we'll have to see how they round out the half.
And this might not be their map either, who knows?
That is true.
You see stuff spamming through the wall in mid. Seeing a garage couple in there. Will get picked off by the op. Curse. Star waiting in that corner with a... Oh! Sarkopoulos unable to see the corner. Starchild able to kill. Especially when they were so vulnerable with their dart out. That wall coming off, forcing them to not push there anymore. Just the util combined with the aim from Mac and Cheese just is keeping them off these sites.
I've got your trail.
Blocking off sights on A. We see the Skyld coming out. We'll get some valuable intel, and they'll be able to get plant down here. Will 3v4. Stevo is still alive. They know one's in heaven. The res coming out. Circle back alive. Stevo getting that entry on the main and VR making ground. It is now just Bill forced to either save or clutch up. Sees Chamber, but Midnight is able to get that kill on Bill. Unlucky.
How unlucky, honestly.
Switching sides.
They're not out of the count yet, but it's hard to come back from an 11-1 deficit.
That was incredibly unfortunate for them. It just boiled down to intimidation factor, I suppose, because they have such an oppressive op game. I mean, Chamber with that op, Midnight for Mac and Cheese is crazy. Paired with Reyna or Stevo, going absolutely wild with those flanks. It's just not much you can do in those situations. Definitely. Hopefully, though, their defender side could thrive here. We could see that Sova util, that dart in action, help a lot with getting intel for where they're going to play. But if Mac and Cheese can attack as malleably as they defend, this could be difficult. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Astra. Hopefully... Oh, that's a really good start, it looks like.
Looks like they're... Mac and Cheese can play super aggressive C, something we did not see from Treehouse. They're able to get these quick frags. Stevo looking at Curse. Curse trying to get out of there. Will get flashed by his teammate. That flash, I think, got a couple of attackers, too. We'll see that heal coming out. The dog. We'll get some nice intel. Curse able to get that kill on Midnight. Both of them at CT. Sarkopoulos is still alive, but killed quickly by Kenny. Curse trying to take these entries. We'll get Stevo, an important one. It is now just Bill trying to take this site alone. We'll get the flash destroyed. Able to get that headshot on Starchild. Now it's just a 1v1. Kenny, low, peaks, and able to secure the round for Mac and Cheese. A 3K coming out.
What a close round for them, too. They did a real good job on defense. Sova with those darts was incredibly beneficial to them and helped a lot to try and clear the site, but they just are very confident where their shots are going to land on the attacker side as well.
Definitely, and especially with this this round deficit and the pistol round lost, Treehouse has to force here, or else they're out of the game. They don't have a second round to lose.
Killjoy, I'm counting on that noggin.
Very crucial round to win or lose. It looks like Mac and Cheese will be pushing towards A. First trying to imitate Stevo a little bit, pushing up that short. Backs off quickly after Bill Nye gets picked out. Curse, a one-man army on A. They're pushing hard. Steve-O quickly on Curse after backs turned. A wall coming out from CT. Will get shot down. Now 3 pushing in. We'll see Chamber with that lurk, able to get BR. Sarcople's quick with the trade. Steve-O and Star with this cross. Star peeks quickly. Gets that dink. They're both low, but Thane able to kill Starchild.
Last player standing.
And Steve-O secures it.
Attackers
4K
win.
for Steve-O. 30 bomb the whole round. And considering it was only 14 rounds, that's incredible.
That is insane. That's at least 2 kills a round on that. It's just incredibly difficult. It's always the angle you're not watching. It's always the spot you don't expect. Steve-O is always going to be lurking.
Absolutely. Steve-O just a powerhouse that whole game. Oh, and it looks like the cams might be down. At least for me. That's all good. You don't need to see my face, but you'll be able to see Jocelyn. But what a great round coming from Mac and Cheese. Unfortunate for Treehouse. Hopefully they'll be able to take their next map. Icebox is in fact next. Jocelyn, do you have anything to say about that match?
Honestly, it just ended up being a steamroll from Mac and Cheese onto Treehouse. I think the Treehouse hesitated a little bit too much. If they're a little more confident in their actions and in the places that they commit to, we could certainly see Treehouse turn this around and drive it home. It's just a matter of confidence in their overall gameplay, because they do have the skill. It's just a matter of the direction that they take, because we did see a lot of hesitation, especially in that last round there. We saw Curse hesitate, reload the Spectre, try to get off site because they were the only one there. So maybe they should have left earlier. Maybe they should have found a spot to hide, say Hell, for example. But I think that all they need is that commitment. That's what they need, because they do play well. Mac and Cheese just has that malleability that they need on both on attacker side and defender side to hit those flanks. And I guess it just becomes difficult because you have Steve-O, which is just such an insurmountable obstacle. But I think that we could see a close match here on Icebox, because there's so many weird angles that you could watch and play. We could see something here.
Definitely. All right, we're going to cut to a 10-minute break, hopefully figure out some of these technical issues, and then we'll be back with more Valorant.
an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary.
Hello and welcome back to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. We are in our second map of the last match of the day, of the whole tournament, the finals. And we're going on to Icebox this time, but before we get into it, make sure you check out the charity by typing !Tiltify. That's !Tiltify. It'll take you to a link where you can go ahead and donate. It's a great cause. Look into it. And without further ado, we're gonna get into the second map. Do you have any thoughts about this second map, Jocelyn?
I'm honestly just hoping to see Treehouse commit to their actions, and hopefully that'll pull them through. Because ideally, Mac and Cheese won't steamroll them again. We'll have to see.
Definitely.
But I am excited, though. I am excited to see what they do.
Let's hope Treehouse is able to put up a little bit more of a fight than last time. I believe in them. I have faith in them. I'm a Treehouse fan through and through.
Mac and Cheese kind of scares me, honestly. I do. I mean, the way I see it, though, is like Treehouse and Mac and Cheese got here for a reason. They both got to the end because they're both performing remarkably well. So at this point, we just have to see that performance come into the second game.
Absolutely. And an important thing to remember is that Treehouse is missing one of their star players, Angelic Tim. I'm not sure what they had going on, but they are not here for this. And shout out to Curse for subbing in for them. But we'll see how the sub plays.
Hopefully it plays out well for them. It can definitely be a little disorienting to have a sub as opposed to one of the mainstay players on your team. I totally understand that. So that could definitely be causing some of the disconnect between some of their actions, because if they can synchronize and become more synchronous just a little bit, that will be huge for them, I feel like. That will help a lot.
Absolutely. An important thing to remember about tournaments like this is that it's not about single players. It's not about how each player does individually. It's how your team does, you know? It's about teamwork and not just, you know, having everybody be decently good. I mean, there's win conditions for sure, but one of the biggest advantages that come with playing with a team consistently is able to work as a team.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those team-based games where you have to work together or it could all fall apart. So, like, even though Steve-O did drop a 30 bomb, that 30 bomb didn't come just because of Steve-O's performance alone. It had to deal with the team working together to get Steve-O into those scenarios where he could drop those kills. So hopefully we could see some teamwork and some cohesion from Treehouse, because that could win them this map. I have faith. I believe.
I believe. You know, Haven just wasn't their map. Just wasn't their map. And we will be going into...
Oh, that KO is going to be brutal. I can already feel it. Oh, going Omen?
Choose your agent.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's honestly a little interesting insofar as how Mac and Cheese took a while to pick their agents. It almost seemed like they were hesitant as far as what their comp is supposed to be on this map. Because the Trios kind of picked without hesitation there. They were just like, this is what we're going to play, this is how we're going to do it. But I would like to see how Curse plays Sky here, because that could help them a lot, honestly. Yeah, that is entirely like something that could happen for them. But they are defending first. No thoughts head empty, just a ramp.
Placing sentry.
Teleport's ready. There they are.
You fought well. Last player standing.
Always a great day when you see a shock dart kill. I think that in that round, Treehouse did ego challenge and won that challenge. They were much more confident, it felt like, especially like seeing both Thane and Curse push through kitchen, anticipating them coming up. They said, this is our kitchen, we took it, and we're going to play it now. Like, that was a lot of show of confidence from Treehouse, and I think that's what they were missing.
Definitely.
Turret out.
Looks like my mic is being a little bit weird. Hopefully they can hear it now. The stream. Let me double check this real quick. We'll see that Silva dart coming in on A. We'll see a Skywolf. Slows, shock darts, forcing Midnight off. They are on pistols right now. Trying to take that entry. Will get headshot, quickly killed by Circle. Stevo, another kill on Silva. They have Spike. They're planting. 4 on the site, though. We'll see how this works.
Spike planted.
Stevo now with the Bulldog.
1 enemy remaining.
Killed by Curse. 2 of them dead. Now it's just Thane versus the rest of them. With that Marshall. And it looks like Circle will be sticking that defuse. Double kill from Thane, but traded out by Midnight.
Thank you.
With that Vandal. An important round.
Thrifty.
Mac and cheese.
Definitely a valiant effort from Thane, but really unfortunate that it didn't pull through. That round, by comparison, just felt so quick. Like, everything was just gone in an instant.
Definitely. It feels like Treehouse is playing a little bit more aggressive this game than they did last.
They definitely need that bite to follow through, because at the end of the day, when you're playing against a team that is so confident, like, in their abilities and in Stevo, I guess, you'll have to see, like, a lot of that confidence and a lot of that aggression, especially on Icebox. I mean, this could end up being very attacker heavy for them.
Definitely. And with players that play off confidence, it can be a huge game changer, whether or not you have it. It looks like we'll see a default here from Treehouse. Midnight pushing up pretty far, deciding to cut their losses and move back. Especially after they were lurking at A main, waiting for that push. Still going to be running default. A leaning though. Making some ground on A. Be seeing some contact here. Viper running up with Spike. Still getting the wall down, but quickly killed by the Marshall bite from Stevo. BR able to get that shorty on Steve after a little bit of a lurk. Sark pose still on Kenny, but Midnight with the double.
30 seconds
Traded
left.
out by Sark
Last
pose,
player
not a
standing.
circle. Trading out again. Now
Spike
it's a
planted.
2v1.
Last player standing.
BR with the shorty. Will the shorty be able to clutch it out? And unfortunately not. The Vandal difference, what can I say?
How unfortunate. It was that reload, it just telegraphed where they were at the end there. That was a crazy Marshall pick though. Before the wall could settle, before it could actually pop up, the pick was there.
Yeah. Those quick picks are definitely what helps Mac and Cheese stay in this game. I shouldn't even say it like that. They're dominating this game.
Yeah, I do have to give some commendations though to Treehouse, because even with that pause to like get themselves together, to collect, to decide what to do, once they committed, and it almost played out for them. That was just a tough round to win.
Definitely.
I just can't believe we got that shorty off on Steve-O. That was so cool.
Definitely. I think it was 2 shorty kills there actually. It looks like a heavy B. Starchild will see the drone. No people are there. We'll get scanned though. Thane running up quickly. The wall. Unable to keep Thane off. And will force Star to get kills. See the plant coming down. Quick. Viper wall coming in a little bit late. No worries though. It's down now. And they'll use it.
Found one.
Now it looks like Treehouse is quite an advantage here with 5 alive versus 3, both with guns. BR
Last player standing.
interacting with Steve at mid, unable to get the kill. And Steve will be the last alive lurking towards B. Seen by the trip, the Cypher trip, those will get you. They will hear that updraft though. Let's see if they're ready for it though. Moving up to kitchen. Decides to back off, probably because there's no more time left. Has to save the weapon. Looking for Curse. Decides to not grab more than they're bargained for. That's
what a good round. What a great round though for Treehouse. That really boiled down to Thane taking point and getting that pick. And then on top of that, just the utilization of their abilities to get that plant down. Because you saw their Killjoy on that defender side for Mac and Cheese was unable to get the molly to the spike. So they were unable to prolong the inevitable. And they just had such a good time management there. Clean picks, and it's that confidence. It's there. It's back.
Definitely. And Steve-O pushing up hard again, trying to get these quick peaks. You see that confidence like you're talking about. Will get scanned by the Silver Guard. Able to get one. Quickly traded off by Bill Nye. Honestly, might be a favorable trade for Treehouse. They're able to get an absolute behemoth out of the game. Or, sorry, out of the round. Let's see that Viper Ball. They're trying to make ground. Thane on that pick on Starchild. It's looking pretty good for Treehouse right now. But they've decided they're not gonna take any chances and rotate over to B because they know they're moving towards A. And B's gonna be completely open. They're still waiting for them at A, but they're not there. And they'll get the res on Steve-O. Uh-oh.
Welcome
That
to
could be a
my
crucial res,
world.
but we'll see the Viper ult coming down as well as the Sage Wall, keeping them off that site. Should be a close round for sure. They're making their way. No one's towards flank. Not wanting to risk it, especially with those chamber traps. This chamber pick definitely helping them with lurks. Steve-O. Steve-O traded out by Thane. Not traded, killed. It looks like a molly on BR. And Bill Nye with that 4K. Able to secure that round for Treehouse. And Treehouse pulls ahead. This might just be their map.
Honestly, what a great rotate and setup of shop for them. Because when they got to B, they just immediately slapped down everything they needed to in the right spots. To the point that even Steve-O was unable to get anything off there. And they had to kill Steve-O not once, but twice there to keep things going. And they did, time and time again. Thane really pulled through there with Chamber, doing the best
Absolutely.
that they could.
This chamber pick definitely coming to fruition for them. And might I mention, they did get that jet ult off of Stevo, so they're unable to eco as efficiently with that, and it forces them into a save. They're making their way towards A. It looks like everybody's hanging A except for Viper all the way over there. And they're running back again. They're going to run the same rotate that they did. And it looks like Mac and Cheese looks a little bit more ready for it this time. But they still do have Star over there. And it looks like Thane will be pushing up quick, maybe getting an interaction. Looks like they're playing that. Wall coming out, trying to take that ground. Star not wanting to move up yet.
Poison's off.
Looks like it's a bit of a stalemate. First running up, getting that kill on Star. Maybe that's the pick they needed. They're getting planned down.
Placing swarm grenade.
Molly coming in.
Spike
Not a
planted.
circle on yellow box. Thane watching that though.
Placing fence.
Circle really trying desperately to take ground, but quickly killed by the gun difference, as well as Stevo and Curse with the 3K. Able to secure those last 2 kills for that round.
Yeah, as far as the save goes, I mean, that's how you expect the save to happen, but they just couldn't get anything done there. And it is a bit unfortunate that Circle used that Killjoy util, that Molly, because every little bit counts in the grand scheme of the economy. They try their best. Mac and Cheese does seem to be a little frazzled, though, so maybe this is a reverse of fortune. Maybe Treehouse is getting that mind game going.
Definitely.
But we'll have to see.
I think we're seeing a lot more confidence coming in. I don't know what they said between each match, but whatever they said, it must have been working.
Turret out.
You see them push through tube into kitchen. You see that dog. The dog very important for taking that ground. And it looks like they have it for free. Making their way towards B, and they get that kill on sight. No one's left. They have that plant for free.
Spike planted.
Star trying to make rounds under mid. Get seen. 3 towards Snowman, 1 towards mid, 1 in kitchen now. Stevo. Quick trades coming out. An ult. Quick ult. Interesting. Will get tagged and killed. Kenny. Honestly, not a terrible ult by any means. Get that kill, but Stevo is still alive with an op. Let's see if they're able to do some work with this. I don't doubt that they could. They make it pushing towards Snowman. Stevo getting that juicy flick on Thane. Unlucky, but not able to secure the round. Will just save that op.
I gotta say, they must have really dodged a bullet there by not going A, because you could see Stevo preparing with that op for that pick. It was basically just inevitable if they won A that they would get picked off there.
It looks like a timeout coming in for Mac and Cheese. They're a little bit flustered now. It's their turn to take a timeout. They will have a bye though. It's a little bit on the weird side, especially with Kenny.
Yeah, what a reversal of fortune so far, though. I mean, all things considered, the cohesion from Treehouse's side of things is just so rock solid. They're getting picks where they need them. They're getting those bullets and those shots landed, and they're essentially just able to dodge Stevo and bait him out now, which is a complete, change from what we were expecting before.
Absolutely. I think part of it, too, is they're ready for it now. Again, they can't lurk as easily at all, especially with those chamber traps on this map. We're seeing that they definitely are proving to be more effective on Icebox than they were on Ascent. Haven. My bad. So much Ascent this tournament.
I also cannot overstate how cool that Sova kill was with that ult. That was such a good utilization, because usually you don't expect to get that kill. You get to just push them off, but that was a shot in the dark, and it paid off.
Absolutely.
Turret out.
We'll see what happens on the side of Treehouse this time. It looks like they're trying to make ground in. With Sarkopos leaning a little bit towards A, maybe getting a pick. Midnight gets seen into.
Healing over here.
They're running back towards A. Stevo at B this time. It looks like they really have the read on Stevo. Star will get scanned by the Sova, forcing them to pop that Viper ult. And it looks like Treehouse still wants to push this, which is interesting considering how defensive this Viper ult is, and how hard it is to push through Viper ult in general. Viper going down anyways. Honestly, the stick was worth it. They're playing with more confidence, and it's proving fruitful for them. It's now 4v2. Stevo all the way at B.
Spike planted.
They have the plant down. Sky ult out. They know Killjoy is hanging around towards mid. And Stevo is nowhere to be found. It's like they're all playing on site, so even though Stevo's looking for this exit, might not see anybody. It's looking definitely like a save this round. Which honestly might be smart because they were not looking so good with their buys last round.
Last player standing.
And Circle traded out VR for 9. Or, yeah, VR for herself.
It seems like Mac and Cheese is using Stevo as their anchor, and I don't know how well it's playing out for them, especially because it seems like by some foresight, Treehouse is just avoiding Stevo like the plague. But that's crazy that they beat that Viper ult, because they had the ult with the wall combo to boot on B, or on A rather, and they just forced it through with no hesitation and just ego challenged that ult and said, we're going to take this site, this is ours. It's really just that confidence and that utilization of good gunplay, because even when all the chips were laid on the
you want to play, let's play.
Wouldn't get it.
And it was interesting to see too is that Star missed a few interactions that could have happened. But we see quickly Stevo able to get that kill on Bill, or sorry, Curse. But it looks like they're pushing A anyways. Stevo's still on B again. That Killjoy ult gonna keep them off that site. Will they decide to re-hit? It will detain 2 of them. And it looks like they're going to play aggressive. They have teammates there to watch. Sarkopels pulls that dart. Unfortunate. Thane dinked. VR, and they're no longer detained, so 1 for 1 for the Killjoy. I'd say that's ideal. That Sovadar unable to see anybody, interestingly enough, since they are hanging around there. Stevo's still anchoring on B, like you said.
Toxin screen down.
It looks like Midnight will be pushing up. A grabs that Phantom and dips off. That's all they wanted.
30 seconds left.
Will be pushing anyways. Able to get a spectre kill. Able to get a double.
Spike down.
20 health though. Does Sage have a heal? Not yet. Thane still clutch this out. Gets a double. Unable to get that third.
10 seconds left.
But I don't think there's even close to enough time. All Mac and Cheese has to do is survive, and with Stevo all the way up in A, there's not a chance. Thane will save his gun.
What a valiant effort. Circle just came in clutch with that peek with the Spectre. They just committed. They took a shot in the dark and it really paid off. It's surprising to see how Mac and Cheese has changed to have Stevo always anchor a site. I guess they don't need Stevo to win encounters per se, but that has come to their downfall on occasion. But hopefully we can see some plays here from both teams. But it looks like Treehouse may be onto something here.
Definitely, and I think part of why they have Stevo anchoring so hard is because Treehouse has been known for their quick rotates. Their drone will come out B. Stevo now on A this time, but Treehouse, by chance, is not pushing A this time. They just really have the read on Stevo. Circle getting that kill on Curse, not able to make ground in the kitchen. A couple frags coming out, and now it's a 3v3. They have sort of a weird position on B. Midnight with the Guardian at B, forced to leave, but we are able to see them before they can get their position on Orange, and now Stevo against everyone else able to get that off on Thane.
Welcome to
Updrafts.
my world.
Nye leaves before an interaction can be told. A nice Viper ult, especially against an op. Steve-O might be looking for a weapon here, something other than a far-ranged weapon in that Viper ult. We'll be playing from above. They'll hear that weapon drop, but they might not be ready for the actual drop itself. Hear the drop outside the ult, and we are able to secure that last kill for a 3-kill and the round.
Treehouse really is leaving nothing up to chance, especially with that Viper ult, because that ops on Icebox in particular just be incredibly devastating. So that was really good of Treehouse to pull it in and keep things nice and close. And unfortunately, Steve-O just didn't know where they were, which is honestly the beauty of the ult. Treehouse is doing really well here, though, so excited to see how they do defending as well. But we still have a couple rounds left in the half, so hopefully we can see some more action. I am still rooting for Treehouse here, though, because they got kind of rolled last game, so they have some work to do here to pick up the slack.
Absolutely, but it seems like they're recompensating pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to see this turn into a group map too, so I have to agree with you on your rooting for Treehouse. It's like they're trying to make rounds mid, but it's not working for them, so they're gonna leave that. A wise decision, but Steve-O's ready for them at A. For maybe the first time, Steve-O is actually able to get that first blood once again on Thane with that op, and they're leaving quickly because Steve-O's there. They just do not want to interact with Steve-O. At least first, anyway. Viper Wall coming out on B. They'll be playing a lot more confident there. Steve-O still holding down that A. Circle.
Spike
getting
down,
that double.
B. One enemy remaining.
Shoots the dart. Nice 360. Able to secure that 3K for the round.
Clockwork.
Circle has been putting in work recently for this Icebox run for them, because 2 of their rounds won were due to a huge play from Circle.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Spectre and then this one.
Yeah, and even with that Spectre kills too, they had the ult on A beforehand to force them off A, and that ult just consumed 2 of them. So Mac and Cheese seems to be benefiting from their Killjoy.
That works.
Absolutely. As well as Treehouse from their chamber.
Bonne
Yeah.
chance, mes amis.
Treehouse's chamber is insane.
Definitely getting those nice picks. I believe top frag. Yep. 12. We'll be making a quiet effort towards B. A quick KJ ult coming out. It looks like Treehouse is pushing it anyways. That confidence. Not getting that op kill. Circle again. Spike now in the middle of the KJ ult. And they have it. Steve-O rotating. They have the spike. There's no point to stay at A. Midnight. A double with the op.
One enemy remaining.
Steve-O with that kill, and now it's a 1v5.
Flawless.
See if Thane can bring it, and no, gets picked off by Kenny. And that's
What
the
a
end of the
brutal
half.
push to close out the
Switching
half
sides.
from Mac and Cheese. My only hope here is that it doesn't break the mental for Treehouse, because Treehouse was on to something there.
Absolutely.
So we'll just have to see how they play this out.
They might benefit on defense. We don't know.
Honestly, I mean, they have a really util heavy team composition here. So, like, they don't have a single duelist. So they could be made for defending here. The fact that they were able to do as well as they did with the composition they're running on attacker's side to boot was incredible. I mean, they had great blinds. They had great ulting onto site with Viper. So we'll just have to see how they do this.
100%.
How they play it.
And
It looks like
especially,
Thane.
sorry, excuse me. And especially with how they struggled on entries last game, without a duelist and without that ability to make a lot of space.
There they are.
It's an interesting decision, but I mean, it proved fruitful for them. They got that early pick, but it is not enough to keep them offside. That quick TP upside open. 4v4 Steve-O with that kill on Nye. Curse on Steve-O. Sarkapels with the second shock dart kill of the game. Let's go. And it's a 2v4 on pistol round. A very important round to win. They're still gonna lurk B. Seems that Treehouse is predicting a a rotate.
Last player
Still
standing.
pushing up.
Spike
Has spike.
down B.
Unable to see the person at yellow. Spike's down, but it is a 1v3. Trades are useful in a numbers
Revealing
advantage.
area.
Shock dart, unable to see anything. BR is on the other side, hiding that cheeky
30
corner.
seconds left.
Kenny has to get Spike down, able to get that one, but still super low.
I have the spike.
Reloads, it's now a 2v1. Kenny is a little bit sandwiched here. Does not look right and proves to be their downfall.
It really all is about clearing every angle along the way. It seems like even though Mac and Cheese last match with Reyna or Stevo were capable of taking advantage of those lack of angles being cleared, they themselves seem to forget to clear their angles. This is exciting though. I mean, that pick early from Thane was incredible, not to mention that TP off of it. So it seems like we're gonna have an interesting half here, especially since they seem to defend so well already. That was pistol, but we'll have to see how their force goes.
Definitely, especially with how Mac and Cheese won the second round last game. Pretty atypical and an important round not to lose. It looks like Mac and Cheese will be playing a little bit hyper-aggressive. Steven with a double traded out by BR. 2 for 1. Kenny able to get that kill on BR. It's now a 2v4. Maybe that aggression is
One
what they
enemy
needed.
remaining.
Kenny, they now have weapons now. This is not a great position for Treehouse. Thane with that Marshall. Gets that tag on Viper. Unable to see that person up in nest. Sorry, top side. Gets that kill on Kenny. There's 2 of them low. They still have a Sage. Viper will get Sage healed, but it's not enough to keep from a 1-tap for a Marshall. That alarm bot coming out. Unlucky. They're still just holding sight. It looks like Thane might be backing off a little, maybe playing exits. Will be playing exits. Sees that. Gets that kill. Eco frags. Sees the Viper. Unable to kill the Viper, but it's okay because 1 exit is all you need.
Really can't blame Thane for playing the exit strat there. It seemed like Mac and Cheese ego challenged to the nth degree, because not only did they force on a round where you really want to econ ideally, because you can't afford to lose in that scenario, they also rather successfully played aggressively onto A. Those early picks from Stevo, those 2 kills right off the rip were huge because Sarcopels has been playing a fantastic Sova. So picking off that Sova right off the bat, it's like you leave no room for shock darts or intel. That's it.
Absolutely. And we will see a huge econ deficit for Treehouse here. Thane getting quickly picked off by the weapon advantage, really. 2 kills on B, they will get that spike down. Interesting, coming from mid.
Spike's down.
5v2 now. Kenny on that Sova.
1 enemy remaining.
First quickly getting out, and it's now BR left alone. Able to get that headshot. Pretty nice, actually.
Screen down.
2 kills on a save. Not terrible for Treehouse, but it's unfortunate they had to go to a save round at all.
Yeah, they just really got challenged there by Mac and Cheese, and Mac and Cheese just runs with any given amount of length that you give them. They will take it and go. So hopefully we can see some good work here now that they have some semblance of an econ that they can utilize, so they can actually buy proper weapons and what have you. Though it is going to be a bit rough for Sarcopels because they weren't able to buy full shields, so we'll have to see what plays here. But it is cool to see. I mean, BR is fragging over Stevo, so they're kind of keeping Stevo on a leash here, a short leash at that.
It looks like Mac and Cheese is definitely trying to rely more on the teamwork this game. That quick pick on Stevo. Circle with a double though. Traded out.
Healing.
Honestly, ideal with Sage Heal, an important aspect of round wins. Seems that Mac and Cheese is a little bit trapped in middle. That is the unfortunate part about middle. Icebox.
One enemy
Go
remaining.
Kenny, Bill Mine, 1 star. We are able to secure the last kill for the round.
We won't even delve into that unfortunate scenario with Curse. They had that kill, hook, line, and sinker, but for a second there they had me worried. But no, we definitely saw a really good show of aggressive defense there from Treehouse, because even though they could have just stayed sight and waited things out, they just played for those picks and committed to that aggression. And I gotta say, power to them. That was really good.
100%, especially when you have when the attacking team tries to take that middle.
Get out of my way!
Is not a bad idea. It looks like
Not budging, yeah.
Seek them out.
they're playing an aggressive A. That Killjoy was coming out, forcing Thane into the little corner. He got one though, but are they good for 2? Looks like they have A on lockdown. No pun intended. They will get that plant down. 2 kills coming in. It's now a 2v4, an unpreferable situation for Mac and Cheese.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's a 1v4. Viper with the op. And VR going for that knife kill. What else do you expect?
Honestly. Not the knife. What a crazy round once again for Treehouse. Even though they got pushed back by that ult, the ult did, in a sense, for them telegraph where Mac and Cheese was going to go. And valiant effort from Mac and Cheese there, but their only kill would have been with Stevo. It seems like they're really stuck between a rock and a hard place because they can't really push. And if they do push, Treehouse knows it's not a bluff, it's real.
Definitely. And with how aggressive Mac and Cheese has been the last 2 games, and when that gets shut down, they start to learn that, maybe we can't just play aggressive every single time. And evidently, it looks like they're playing a default here. Stevo playing an aggressive A. Didn't get seen by Thane. The picks coming from the middle. Stevo all the way up through A. What is he doing? Able to get 1 kill though. It's working for him. Traded off quickly by Sarkos though. It looks like Spike is forced to mid. That Shark Dart coming out. Unable to scan anything, but they still know that at least 1 is up there. They do have grounds at B though. And I pushed up. VR getting that kill in kitchen. Denied though.
Last player standing.
It's now a 1v2. Kenny stuck in a hard place. Does not have the health or the time to play against this.
How unfortunate. It did seem smart of Mac and Cheese to play the default and to commit to B that time, but I think that if we want to see Mac and Cheese turn things around, they'd probably have to learn how to bait the rotate and then commit to a different site. Because they, like, for better or for worse, their confidence makes it so they go where they want to go. But because of that, simultaneously, Treehouse doesn't have to worry about a bait. They know where they're going to be. That default was close to the right direction, but I think the Treehouse might close this out.
Definitely. I think Treehouse is playing very smart with how they respond to how Mac and Cheese is playing. We'll see Mac and Cheese here again playing with the aggressive A. Stevo leading the charge. See the utility coming out from Viper. Getting Stevo with that kill on Sarkos. Just always catching those timings with how fast they play. Quick picks coming in. They get that plant down already. Feels like this round just started. And they have sight secured.
1 enemy remaining.
Got him. 1v4. I was about to say 2v4, but quickly BR gets traded out. Quick killed by Stevo. Thane underneath.
Teleport's broken.
Unable to look above. And Stevo with a 3k to secure that round. Maybe they have momentum here now.
Mac and Cheese with those lightning quick pushes, the disorientation. Stevo got some crazy picks there. That's really, I guess, fundamentally what it takes for Mac and Cheese to win a round, is just that lightning quick reaction time, pushing onto site and just taking it.
Not enough time for Treehouse to respond, yeah, absolutely.
It's like, we know you're going to rotate once you know where we are, so we're just going to go there right now.
Definitely.
And unfortunately, it fragments the team.
Yeah, That might have been what Treehouse was suffering from last game, from their lack of pushing aggressively, and they're leaving open for rotates. But we'll see again. Mac and Cheese with the hard push at B this time, switching it up a little. They like to go A a lot, but
Welcome
B
to
works out
my
for them.
world.
We got that Viper ult coming out. This is a solid hold. And it looks like Steve will get spammed by Thane through the smoke. Unfortunate. They do have plant down with the Viper ult. This is a pretty hard retake for Treehouse. Kenny with a double. It's now a 3v4. Viper ult's still up. Again, another kill.
Poison orb emitting.
Last player standing.
BR with that shorty kill, Curse with the double. It's now a 1v2. They're totally turning this around. They have to start defusing. They do not have enough time to not do it. And BR able to secure that last kill on Circle to secure that round. Now they just need one more round.
That round was a shorty diff, Viper diff. I gotta give credit. BR did a really good job of sticking that ult on A. And it seemed like Treehouse learned. They were like, okay, if we are gonna tell you that we're gonna keep you off of A, you have to go B. So if you're gonna rush something, and it has to be the site that we're anticipating. So I guess that's like the ultimate counter to those fast pushes, those lightning quick mac and cheese blow-throughs to get that site planted. So it was incredible to see that read from them and that utilization of the ult. And insane that they were able to break through that util. And still take that defuse and win.
Absolutely, yeah. And it looks like they're trying it again, even though it didn't work. I think they might have just felt unlucky. Steve-O with that quick kill on BR. That entry could be super important. Moves up top to yellow. That res coming out, though, important. Steve-O has the intel, though, from that high spot. Sarkapel's with the ult, getting that, canceling that plant down. Bill with that kill on Steve-O. This is unfortunate. Spikes out in the middle of nowhere. They will wall off to grab it. Will they still plant B? Yes, they will, behind the wall. They still feel good about B. That wall broken down. They now have angles. Starchild getting punished from that wall breaking. Skyld coming out. And Sky is just getting all that info. But Kenny getting that kill on Thane.
One
Kenny
remaining.
with 3 and a molly kill.
Last player standing.
And it's a 1v1. It's a close. Plant is down. Sprite has had so many tips and turns already. Sarkapels is super low. And will get killed by the turret. Unfortunate.
It's always the turret kill. It's those quick 16 damage bursts, that's all it takes. What a crazy effort, though, by Mac and Cheese there. They did rather well, all things considered. It just seemed like both teams were getting insanely lucky picks there, too. Because, crap, they got so many blind shots through that Viper wall and successful picks. That is insane. That is just luck at that point. That's all I can chalk it up to. Because I don't think they could even like telegraph where they were. That's just luck of the draw.
Yeah, with how bipolar that round felt, that could 100% be the case. And it looks like they're playing their signature aggressive A. Looks like Starkpulse is gonna get killed out by Steve-O. Cannot get that guard out. And Bill Nye will be pushed and killed. They now have plant down with 3v5. A hard retake for Treehouse. But they've done stuff like this before. They're not out of the count yet. Thane able to get that kill. Maybe that's exactly what they need. Star unfortunately kills that curse. I say unfortunately, but I'm trying to stay neutral here. That Killjoy ult coming out. It's a hard retake. They have to destroy that Killjoy. But it's not enough, and they won't have enough time. BR running, trying to save that weapon. Circle. Becoming a hunter. Searching for it, and able to get that kill, but everybody's dead to the bomb. Could be bad for their eco. We'll find out.
Mac and Cheese may be onto something here. Now they've got the upper hand. It's entirely possible that we could see a Mac and Cheese comeback, but Treehouse just needs one to close it out. That's all it takes.
And especially with those 2 deaths, it looks like their eco is definitely going to suffer here. 2 of them don't have full buys, or sorry, 3 of them, and nobody has the money to buy or the drops for them. But Treehouse here with not a great buy either, but it's looking a little bit more solid. And it looks like Mac and Cheese is playing a little bit slower, splitting on B and taking mid. Sarcopels is ready up there in kitchen.
Healer down.
Making their way into Steva with that quick kill on Bill 9, making rounds on,
Our spike carrier is killed.
B.
Spike
And
down,
Sarcopels
B.
with that double in tube. Ready. They know where Spike is. That's not good for Mac and Cheese. Steva lurking around on B side. But they're all stacked on that bomb. If they want to get that bomb, they have to fight every single one of them. And they hear them in there too. Can Stevo isolate these interactions? Give themselves 1v1s? Sees the head. They now know where shots are. Giving away Stevo's location could be unfortunate. He tries to hit him. Able to. Gets that last one in Treehouse.
Defenders
with
win.
3 kills to secure that round, that game for them.
What a lightning quick,
Third
rapid.
map.
Those last 3 kills were done so lightning quick. Unbelievable. It seems like that last round was really spearheaded by those 2 picks by Sarcopels. Really great job. And then to like hunker down and basically make kitchen yours, it may as well have been Hell's Kitchen at that point. They just made that a brutal environment for anybody to touch. And they isolated those interactions remarkably well against Mac and Cheese there. What a good match.
Definitely. Very, very responsive from Treehouse, and they were able to secure it. And we'll be seeing a map 3, and it's honestly anyone's game at this point. Who knows?
Yeah, and all things considered, Thane and BR fragged over Stevo, so it's entirely possible that they have Stevo red now. Or maybe it was just
all they need are those extra frags. But we'll be cutting to a 10-minute break to prepare ourselves for the last match of the tournament, and we'll catch you then.
an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. Yeah. Been from in the building. Since we in the building. Pour out the bubbles, we holding our liquor down. If it's a problem, I'll go to the bar and I shut it down. Get out my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, a rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of the talk, but don't run a mouth. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving.
Legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
Welcome back to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. So we're down to the grand finals, the final match. It's going to be between Mac and Cheese and Treehouse. Before we get into the final match, we do have $722.70 raised towards our goal of $800 for the Trevor Foundation. If you haven't donated or you have any ability to donate, please consider. You could type in !Tiltify to get the link towards our Tiltify to donate to the Trevor Foundation. Anything is always appreciated. And in a second here, we'll get started with that match.
Absolutely. As soon as both teams are ready to go, we'll go right into Agent Select. And it looks like it is time for that.
It'll be incredibly interesting to see this final match being on Ascent. All things considered, Mac and Cheese should be pretty set on Ascent, I feel like. I wonder how Treehouse will do.
Yeah, I think there's no better map to end on. I think it's absolutely 100% appropriate to end on Ascent for this tournament. Considering how much Ascent has been played, it just seems like every team seems to be comfortable with Ascent. So I think this will be a great last match. I think especially with the Sova pick on this and the Astra coming from Treehouse, I think it could go really well for them. I'm curious to see what Mac and Cheese will run on this, because I don't think I remember their whole comp on that. It looks like they're hovering Viper. They'd hover Astra before.
Once again, that early confidence from Treehouse with their team composition, just blasting right through, knowing what they're going to play on the map. It's surprising that Mac and Cheese is a little hesitant here, because they've definitely had a lot of time to get ready for this.
Definitely. Maybe just some last-minute changes, and it looks like we're going into the game now, and it will be Viper for their solo controller, which Viper is pretty good on this map. I'd say probably Astra is more the typical meta, but they will have a Killjoy and Sova, which are pretty used unanimously. And we'll go right into the match here. Alright, and it will be Treehouse on defense, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Treehouse on defense. Alright.
These Astra orbs might make or break it, because honestly, they could just, in theory, cover mid, which is kind of huge. Just Astra being able to pick and choose where they throw their util and when is probably going to mess up the offensive game pretty heavily.
It definitely feels like Astra is very good at playing the entire map, and with the map that like Ascent, where mid control is so important, it might be really useful to just always be able to have a smoke on hand. And it looks like Bill Nye will be playing an aggressive A main, but Mac and Cheese is playing a little bit back, not wanting to interact with that, so Bill will be moving off there. Maybe saving from a lost interaction. Stevo with that early pick on Curse from mid. Looks like they're coming onto Cat, that Boombot, doing some damage. Looks like they're just leaving, trying not to take interactions they don't need to. But those entries coming in on A, they get that plant down on Gen. Now it's a 2v5. Pistols. Well, this is a hard take for Treehouse, especially when Stevo gets that kill on Cat. And now it is purely Thane left. Gets that kill on Stevo. Likely not enough to secure out the round. There's no point in saving. It's pistol. Just needs to get that door broken. Does do that. But Midnight with the circle around heaven gets that kill on Thane and ends that pistol round.
Yeah, unfortunately that round was lost the moment that wall was put up, because on a pistol round there's no chance that you clear the team and break that wall. That's just unfortunate.
Definitely.
Incredible effort from Mac and Cheese. Curious to see how their force goes, especially with Starchild running the Guardian. A Guardian could be really good for clicking heads here. Though, thankfully, Treehouse doesn't seem to be challenging the force. They're going to hard save so they can actually get some real guns.
And with all these Spectres rushing in the base, no big task for them, especially when Stevo, this hyper-aggressive player, gets that early pick. The raise util not able to slow them down.
Spike planted.
It's all good. A drone coming out. You do have plant down, so another hard take for Treehouse, but it is just second round after a loss. First getting that nice headshot on Kenny. Stevo quickly trading out though. Thane killing Stevo, and now they have some sight control. And Thane with a weapon. It's now a 3v2. They've really pulled this one back. It might be a really important one to win. But Killjoy has these lineups, these Molly lineups, keeping them off that bomb. And it's not enough. They will have to fuse. Securing that second round, a very good round.
Thrifty.
Thane with the Nodders. That was a really good effort. I mean, they had that great push from Mac and Cheese. Stevo with the entry on Reyna is a sight to behold always, but it just is not enough in that scenario. But all things considered, they made a really good effort from Treehouse's side on their save round. So to win that save and then be able to turn that around into real guns, real shield, we could see a back-to-back Treehouse round win, honestly.
Definitely. And if you look at these buys, it's all Phantoms and Vandals on the side of Treehouse, and not much firepower on the side of Mac and Cheese. So honestly, if gun, I think game might have froze. Oh, it's a tech pause. Sorry, I thought my
Yep, they're
computer
just taking
froze
a
for a
tech
second.
pause.
I was like, no, am I blue screening again? Oh, I panicked there for a sec, but as I was saying, there's not a lot of firepower in the likes of Mac and Cheese, so if it's a matter of gunplay, then Treehouse could easily take this round.
Yeah, especially since they have real guns this time, and they won their save round, which is just incredible.
Definitely. Typically, what you see in a normal Valorant game is that the team that wins a pistol round will usually get the second round off of that force, and then it'll go into a full buy, and the other team will win that third round purely because of gun difference. So seeing this altered format sort of from Treehouse could bode really well for them and prove to even be the match.
That is true. That is true. It seems like defense for Treehouse could go either way, depending on how well the insanely hyper-aggressive push from Mac and Cheese goes, because we just saw a case where the aggressive push worked out remarkably well. And we saw another case where they hesitated a little bit, and Treehouse ate that Mac and Cheese and just kind of closed it out.
Definitely, and I think that hyper-aggressive sort of suffered on Icebox because in order to push onto the sites, you sort of have these long hallways that you have to push, and you have to take interactions in the middle of them. Whereas something like Haven or Ascent, it's a little bit more like you're pushing out there directly. But if Treehouse can get that counter aggression, it could be just enough to stop them, especially with this Raze. It's hard to push a Raze when a Raze has a boombot and a nade.
That is absolutely true. The Icebox for sure was essentially like a winding maze path to follow before you get to that site. So now that they have that close direct encounter, this could be their attacking game where the aggression pays out really well. But on B especially, whether you go mid to B or B through Garage, it's just not a case where you succeed on a rush because you still have a lot of ground to cover. Even on A, there's still that little bit of ground, and you'll hear them unless they're slow into the rush, which a delayed speedy rush may pay off. But hopefully Mac and Cheese can overcome that adversity because they could pull through, but Treehouse also has incredible potential here for the Defender game.
Unit actuation validated.
Definitely, and I think something that could help stop these hyper-aggressive pushes is their Cypher util and even their Astra util.
Ready for
with those trips and the smokes and sucks.
Calibrated for combat application.
Seems like we're getting back into it.
That recall knife was very distracting.
Oh yeah, the overload.
It seems like these new skins are quite polarizing in people's opinions, but it will be a B push from Mac and Cheese here. And these Astral Stars, like I was saying, keeps them off the side, as well as the Cypher trips and cages. What most Astras like to do is, as you can see here, you have the smoke and then the star right outside of it. And if they push through that smoke, they are vulnerable. It looks like Bill will be pushing onto Cat, get that mid intel. And it does look like they have mid control though, so not a great position for Treehouse, but Curse will be able to see them. Unable to get any frags, but survives. Thane getting that kill on Circle in main. So Thane's still soloing that site more or less. Zark opals and BR getting those
Spike
two picks at
down,
mid. Very important. Stevo running in.
Last player standing.
Unable to get that pick on Thane.
30 seconds left.
It's a 1v5. A hard place for Kenny. Around and first able to get that wide swing headshot on Kenny.
Mac and Cheese hesitated really hard there. They actually tried to do a rotate too, so it seems like maybe they faltered, especially in the face of like full guns. What can you really do when you're saving? They tried, but no luck. Also, really smart for Treehouse to delay the Astro Orbs, because if they don't even like put them down before the match starts, it's kind of like the same effect as not throwing down that Viper Wall before the round begins. Because if you wait, they don't know where you're gonna throw them, and they may already be there.
Definitely, you don't want to put all your orbs down and not have any to play around. What do you call it? Inconsistencies, I guess.
That is true.
You don't want to load all your eggs in one basket. But it does look like that they are playing a slow A, a little bit different. Steve-O making rounds at B. A little bit of action happening at mid, but nothing too head-turning. Steve-O still trying to make this ground, but they're still lurking at the A. If they push onto the A side, it's completely open. But it doesn't look like they want to. They're playing slow, which is unusual for Mac and Cheese. It looks like there's some disagreements for where people should go and where they want their team to be. They're a little bit spread out here. They're making their way mid. They do have mid control.
30
Looks like
seconds
Treehouse
left.
is a little bit lost on where they are with a team that plays so aggressive normally, and then all of a sudden they switch to passive. I can definitely see how that would disorient them, but it does look like they're going A anyways. So we'll see how they take this. They do not have a lot of time to get plant down, but it doesn't matter because they have that
10
control of
seconds left.
sight. It's now a 2v5. That slow play coming to fruition for Mac and Cheese. Maybe a little bit of difference was all they needed. But it looks like BR and Thane might just save these guns.
Last player standing.
Thane getting instantly tapped by Steve-O. BR making some noise. And will just run off to save that weapon. Throwing that smoke down. Playing for these exits, they have to leave. Unable to find one and gets traded. Unlucky, but Midnight does tie to the bomb.
Yeah, what a rather disorienting push for Mac and Cheese. They waited, played so slow, and then when they finally had one pick, they committed to that pick and ran with it. And they just, Treehouse was not prepared. They seemed a little frazzled as far as where they were supposed to go because they didn't know where Mac and Cheese would be. And it seemed like they started poking and essentially gave picks, which just didn't play out for them.
Definitely. It will be a B lean for Mac and Cheese here. We will see Bill, who usually plays that A side, turnover to B. Tries to get a pick with an Ares scam on main, but Steve-O with those two entries, they have side control. It's now again these rotates trying to take these retakes. Hard plays, but they do have Sky Flash for this retake. First getting vulnerable to BR and Chris with two frags, making it a 3v3. A winnable scenario for Treehouse. They turned it around quite quick. Thane looking around. Curse coming around for the flank. Wanting to catch him off guard. Thane pushing up, getting that kill on Steve-O. Midnight quickly trading out. BR looks away. Oh, gets timinged on and headshot too quickly. Curse coming around, does not have a lot of time and runs off just to save that weapon.
Honestly, at that point, that's all you can do.
Definitely. Mac and Cheese pulling ahead.
They definitely have the mind game down now. They know that as long as they can debate, rotate, and then commit to that site, they'll inevitably take it, and that'll be theirs. Especially with like the number of what's the word I'm looking for here? The overall number of picks that they get just helps them take that site and just lock it down.
Definitely. Steve was so good on getting those entries. Crucial kills for taking sites on attack. But Treehouse does have 2 rounds here, so they're far from out of it. like, again, they take that mid control. This mid control that Treehouse is losing is almost being their down. Then getting that kill on circle. A little bit too overzealous. A double. And there's 2 left alone trying to sandwich B. Kenny getting that entry on Sarcopels. Thinking that they're all made, but unable to see.
Spike down.
Midnight
B.
with that flank, but Curse quickly trading out and getting the last one on Kenny for the round. They tie it up.
That's all it really takes. That double with Sarcopels, that was huge. But it seems like they just did not expect that flank. But hey, at least they're able to close it out. You would have thought that they'd know that that flank was coming, but I guess not.
Yeah, I figured they saw stuff at mid, but apparently not. And the lack of intel is what brought Mac and Cheese for that one pick. It was just too bad that they were outnumbered, and Curse was there to trade out that kill on Thane.
It does leave something to be desired for Treehouse's mid game. It seems like they may have to come up with something on the fly here to figure out how to deal with Mac and Cheese.
Definitely, it looks like Bill Nye is going to be looking towards mid, quickly moves off, but it doesn't matter since it looks like Mac and Cheese is playing a little bit more of a default here. It's unknown, it's just all quietness. And then the Viper Wall comes out. They now know that stuff is at A. Sova ult coming out. Blind one. Tags one, kill Star.
Spike down mid.
A good Sova ult coming. And it looks like Bill's ready for that mid control this time. And now a 1v5. That mid control is super important. Thane, Stevo's super low. But does get that kill on Thane. VR coming around. Backs off a little bit. Don't want to get overzealous. They have Spike down. Stevo is in a hard place. They don't want to give him 1v1s. Because he can win fights. Sova drone coming. They know they're not at the top of Cat. Pink coming out. They know tiles.
30 seconds left.
Can Stevo 1v4 clutch with 8 health? Able to get that one. Able to heal. That Reyna pick coming in super clutch. Will get scanned by that Sova.
I have this bike.
All they really need to do is stay alive and stall. He does not have a lot of time. Gets that kill. Shark Dart kill though.
It's all with the Shark Dart. Really good effort from Stevo, but there's just not much you can do in that situation. And with that timer just counting down. I do want to say though, really good Sky ult from Treehouse. They did such a good job of actioning that ult, and it was almost textbook how you just want to follow those I don't even know what they call them, but you just want to follow that ult.
I've heard tumbleweeds, squids, jellyfish. I guess squids and jellyfish are the same. Not
Squid
same.
works for me, but yeah, you just follow those squids, and they lead you to kills, and that's exactly what happened.
It looks like they're returning to the roots for an aggressive A. Probably catching Treehouse off guard this time. First, able to survive, save Jen, gets that kill on Stevo. Hyper aggressive, spikes down behind that wall. Those 2 entry frags, so much chaos. They're able to keep that push from happening too much. They do get plant down, but it's not enough. Midnight stunned in Jen in a hard play. Star all the way in hell. They're getting sandwiched. Plant is down. It's just Viper alone. Debating on having that ult. Does have mollies though, keeping them off that bomb. Star can isolate these interactions. She wins, but unfortunately, it was not enough. Valiant effort.
Really great try. Mac and Cheese tried to discombobulate Treehouse, but it turns out Treehouse had that exact effect. They ended up taking the mental and just completely disorienting the attackers. And they just have the numbers.
And we will see a timeout starting in. Like you said, Treehouse has the mental here. I gotta visit
the Astral to play some stars.
Look at these ults too. This is going to be an interesting round that we're going to see, like up and coming.
Definitely, that Raze ult is super interesting. It's hard to use on defense because it's often unclear where attackers might be going. For all they know, it could be a default, but it could usually. It's good for those quick frags. Oftentimes trades. We will see that KJ ult, probably going towards B. But we'll see how that turns out for them.
Who knows? Maybe Cypher will get a quick pick and get them some intel.
Honestly, with how close it is, it's anybody's game still. Even with 2 rounds up.
Assessing blade integrity.
It's all about. I love this type of game. It's all about strategy.
That'll work.
It's all about how the teams are gonna work and respond to each other.
Interesting how BR actually put down the Astral Orbs preemptively there as opposed to waiting like they usually do. Maybe it's an ego challenge.
It's nice to have stars down early, though, just in case they do play hard like they often have been, and able to pop those stars really quick.
Through that.
The Viper wall does come out. They do have some intel that there's at least a couple B, but they are moving off, which is unfortunate since Viper already used their wall on B. Looks like rotates are coming out maybe a little bit too quickly. Stevo solidifying that cure on Chorus, and we do see that Razor coming out, unable to find anything. Part of the difficulty of using Razor, especially on a map like this where it's a little bit more open. They do have solid mid control, but they can't make way
Placing
into
swarm
market.
grenade. Swarm grenade
Too much pressure there. And Molly comes out in pizza, but there's nobody there to get hit by it. Looks like they've slowed things down at mid, trying to see if Treehouse gets a little bit overzealous here, maybe pushing a little bit too hard. Stevo making way towards A, but it looks like the spike is leaning towards B. And it looks like they will be attempting to hit B again.
30 seconds left.
Nice read by Mac and Cheese, especially while Treehouse is all at A. They quickly figure out it's not A, and they run over to B. Now it's going to be the retake again, Sarkopos. But Stevo, with that lurk, getting that kill, is able to get that recon dart out, but it might not help a ton.
You should run.
This Astral ult coming from VR, interesting. It kind of segments them off of sight, so not so certain about it. But A, it's down now. Who cares? The KJ ult keeping them off of sight.
One enemy remaining.
Thane getting killed by Kenny. BR all the way up on site, unable to find anything, but the smokes are covering him. Midnight is ready for that push and secures that round for Mac and Cheese.
Rather unfortunate for Treehouse to have gone A primarily there because it just left B wide open. And maybe if they had committed to splitting the team evenly amongst B and A, they'd have better luck on the rotate and better luck on the picks and maintaining dominance over site. And it did seem like Mac and Cheese may have been stuck there in the middle for a while, but they converted that excellently into a B push. It was just incredibly close.
Definitely. These teams are definitely back and forth and almost polar opposites in play styles, but it's interesting to see how they interact.
Absolutely true.
And Stevo again being the aggressive position taker, taking that mid. Will make their way towards market. Will be ready for Sarkopos. No, will not be, and able to be picked out pretty quickly. They are towards Cat. Stun, Bill Nye securing that double with one with the nade. Very nice nade. That's Ray's specialty. When they group up, she does her best damage.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
And it looks like there's just one left at A main with Spike. Let's see if Midnight can secure this 1v4, but unexpectedly not able to.
Cage.
What a quick round to wrap things up. They just completely got rolled there, read like a book, and open shot, I guess. Case closed.
This goes here.
Didn't take long for Treehouse to just kind of end that.
Goes there.
Not much to say about that. That was just over and done.
Definitely. It seems like this mid control keeps doing Mac and Cheese super well. They just aren't able to find those entries with it yet. It looks like they will be playing an aggressive game, returning to their aggressive play style. And these Cypher trips are really good at Bane. With those 2 assists and a kill of his own, Steve-O traded out by Curse. Spraying stuff in B main. There's 2 left. They're both stuck in the left side. This Boombot might see them. Asher was about to suck, but out of stars, unfortunately. Unable to cross. Sarkopel's over.
1 enemy remaining.
Able to secure 1. Spikes down.
B.
It's 2v1. It looks like Kenny is super sandwiched here. Sarkopel's is just gonna run off. Not a bad idea.
Concealment.
Looks like that smoke coming out from BR. That shock, that recon dart will be able to see. And unable to push. Sarkopel's with that 3K. Able to secure that round.
Last
Getting
round
back that
in the
loss
half.
they had.
Sarkopel's putting in the heavy work that round. It was really, really cool to watch what Treehouse did there. They got Kenny stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I was a little worried about those Cypher trips because they were incredibly low, and we did see Steve-O and Killjoy jump over the first one, but that's why he set up 2.
Definitely. And it doesn't look like they were as prepared for them this time.
That is true.
Looks like they're leaning towards A. Maybe they might try an aggressive A this time, but it looks like they're playing a little bit more slowly. But they do get spotted by that Boombot. Footsteps heard all around. That nade is going to do some damage on Circle. Sova ult coming a little bit blind. They could easily do some damage here. Not able to get any kills. They will wall up, taking that angle. It looks like sight is a little bit clear for them, which makes it almost scary because they don't have the opportunity to take those entries. And it does look like the threat is enough for them to rotate off. Still getting that Spectre kill. Again with the roaming. It looks like they will take that mid control. No one's there for them this time though. So this mid control might be what gives them this round here. It is a 4v5 in favor of Mac and Cheese. Not ready enough for Steve-O, who quickly gets that kill. Kenny on Sarkopel's. They have sight and plant down.
Welcome to my
And
world.
by
30
roll.
seconds
This is
left.
a hard take for Treehouse here. BR able to get 1. Will they attempt to take this, or will they just cut their losses and leave the Viper ult be? Because this is a super difficult take. Steve-O getting 1. And Steve-O with the 4K. The hard carry coming back to keep these
Somewhat
rounds
awakening.
alive.
Awakening from hibernation. That one was a bit unfortunate because there wasn't much that they could do when the mid control was forfeited, but still a really great effort all around from everyone.
Definitely. And at the end of the round, it is a 7-5. Not a terrible position to be in for Mac and Cheese, but they will have to switch to defense. It seems that Treehouse struggles a little bit more in attack due to their slower playstyle, but we'll see how these two teams interact with each other.
I guarantee we're going to see some goofy angles peaked by Steve-O here. It's definitely a lot harder to get the flanks in, but I don't know. I think Steve-O might pull some off somehow.
Absolutely, and it looks like Steve-O is going to do this quick peek into tiles, and he'll be met by maybe a firing squad here. It looks like he sees one. That's shot that recon dart coming through. It looks like Treehouse playing an aggressive mid, which is surprising given the playstyle. Steve-O's good for
mid.
2. Bill 9 with the Boombot kill on Star, and it is a 3v3, but Sarkopel's is basically 1 HP. They have that mid control. They're a little bit too scared to push anywhere. It's giving Mac and Cheese time to take positions. Midnight here is going to be interacting with
Opponent killed.
Sarkopel's, able to get that kill, likely because of how lit she was. They will be going market. The door is closed, and there's 2 ready for them at CT, as well as
1 enemy
Bane,
remaining.
killed by KJ and Urdurit. That flash coming in, nice. Gets for 1, and a jumping right click.
What a crazy right click. That was just unfortunate. Steve with those 2 picks just secured the win right off the rip, and they may have been tied in numbers, but the morale was definitely shaken up there. Team was completely fragmented. Treehouse didn't really have anywhere to go there. That was just tough. That was tough. It's always where you're not looking. They were confident. They were confident that they had the catwalk covered, but apparently not.
Definitely. And it looks like Treehouse will be leaning towards A here. Let's see how this goes. There's only one on A anyways. Looks like Mac and Cheese is banking on this B push, but they will have a wall there to slow down their push. Keeping that Sky Dog at bay, unable to get that intel. 2 come over quickly. Pistols against our gun deficit.
Toxin screen down.
Stevo able to get that Bill 9 pick, that raised pick. Door being broken. They do not want to be secluded off site. Sarcophagus with that kill on Circle. Circle trying to roam a little bit, but not proving very fruitful. Stevo with that double.
Heal up, squad.
Rotating towards B. And quick rotates coming out from Mac and Cheese. That area is it's a hard place to push, and they will be rotating again. Star ready for them over here. Will they be able to figure out? No. And no. Star able to get that double.
In the dirt.
I will say, I think Midnight's wall on A set the tone for the entire match, or for that round rather, because they were just incapable of taking A, and even though they were all going to commit to it, it just made it so easy for Mac and Cheese to rotate, and then they just got picked off in the most unfortunate ways, like everything after, and that pretty much just set them up for what was to be. They got two 2Ks that round. We got Stevo and we had Starchild, both watching the angles I guess they needed to watch.
Definitely. These areas spam will come in. Kenny can't wallbang that with the Phantom. Flashes, and it is a heavy B, but they will be rotating off.
No more charges left.
Does not look like they're committing to the
No more
rotate
charges
yet.
left.
They are backing out a little bit. A Skydog trying to get some intel. Thane looking for this roaming. Probably Stevo, and they will see Midnight. We are able to trade out Thane. Quick picks. It looks like they're cutting noise and likely gonna re-hit B here. But Stevo, he's taking mid. He's around, but BR looks
Spike
pretty
down
ready for
B.
Stevo.
One enemy remaining.
But is it ready enough? Stevo able to get that headshot. Sarcopels double with a triple. It's 1v1. It's Sarcopels versus
I have the spike.
Stevo with Spike. And is it ready for Stevo in market? Stevo able to secure out that round. That triple coming in almost clutch for Treehouse. Likely crushing.
Another great effort from Treehouse trying to secure the round, but Stevo just comes in and just bears down every single time. That triple was incredible though. Gotta give him props where props are due.
It's interesting. Sarcopels is at top frag. Not too far behind Stevo at 25. It's incredible. But we will see some action at A here. Stevo taking this aggressive angle. Already hears them. We'll pre-fire that a little bit. But they are quick to rotate off Stevo. They do not want to deal with him. And we'll be able to see Midnight over there. They are making their way fast towards B. 3 of them at A. Leaving B quite open. This rotate might prove super effective for Treehouse.
Cage triggered.
You know, at least 2 are here. Bane trying to do work with the friends and able to. 2 of them getting killed out. Chris only able to get one
enemy
getting
remaining.
Quickly traded out by Midnight. Not a circle getting that kill on Bill.
Just swag.
BR, nice headshot, but is alone. Stevo with the tile flank again.
It was a smart rotate from Treehouse, but they did feel a little frazzled there, especially Fane. Fane seemed like unsure of themselves, unsure of what to do there, but good effort. It was a save round, so hopefully they can buy up, get ready for this one, and potentially pay it off.
2 or 3 frags on a save round is almost more than you could bargain for.
Yeah, you go in expecting not very much, and you walk out with some kills. That's nice. I do want to say I am surprised that they're not pushing these wall bangs on B, because if you're just gonna spam an angle, it's incredibly easy to flank or wrap around and get the pick.
Definitely. This drone coming out from soccer. We'll get counter drone this one way from Viper, proving difficult to push against. We'll get nowhere to run, but there are 3 there. Flash coming out.
I've got your trail.
Skyle coming out.
I have the spike.
Spike down B.
Lots of action. Kurt's getting traded out. Or picked out.
Poison's off.
And it looks like Treehouse again is leaving B main. They just can't make ground, especially with this Killjoy. They're wary about their flanks. Steve-O's done this many times. They do not want it to happen again. Midnight able to get one on thing, but Sarkpool's quick for the trade.
Poison's off.
Scan Dark coming through. Looks like Steve-O is able to connect with one. They are pushing Cat.
30 seconds left.
BR may be able to get plant down before they're able to take A. Looks like likely. Does fake.
Last player standing.
Plant. It's a 1v3. Plant is down. 7 bullets in the chamber. Tries to hide from the flash, but it's not enough. Steve-O with the 3K. Steve-O just acting as an absolute powerhouse like we've seen before.
Mac and Cheese read that rotate really quick, really fast. They were ready on the draw for Treehouse's antics. That was tough. It really is hard to beat Steve-O. Even though Steve-O's not getting the wacky angles, he is still getting the picks.
And it looks like Mac and Cheese is able to get that mental going. Because we will see a timeout from Treehouse. They're probably trying to regroup, figure out what's not working and what they need to change in order to get these sites and get these plants down. And how to keep from being dismantled, specifically by Steve-O. What were they doing in Icebox that they need to do here? It's likely what they're discussing, but I guess we'll see.
That is absolutely probably what's on their mind. I think one thing that they're probably discussing right now too is that mid control, because they just keep forfeiting mid, it seems. Or rather, they keep trying to take mid, and when they do, they just keep getting countered hard and aggressive.
That is true. And especially on a potential force here from Treehouse. Maybe a save, who knows. Could be a solid round for Mac and Cheese. They're only 3 rounds out, so... But Treehouse still has potential to come back. They just need to figure out what they need to do, and maybe this timeout is all they need. Be leaning towards A. I'm curious to see what they do here.
Our child has that one-way set up for B. That's going to be brutal.
Definitely. They've been using it this whole time. And it's kept them from pushing on to B. It looks like Bill Nye was out there for the fake onto B and able to get that Killjoy ult out. But most of them are leaning towards A. Likely waiting. And now...
You are divided.
They're gonna go with the Astral. It looks like that timeout gave Treehouse a lot of time to figure out what they needed to do, and it's proving to be useful because they do have sight. Does get traded out by Midnight. He gets a double, killed by Sarkpels. This Astral Wall, I think, is a real nuisance for.
One enemy remaining.
And it looks like quickly shut down by Steve-O and Penny, especially with that Raze ult.
It was such a great effort from Treehouse. I mean, they baited out the ult on B and made Mac and Cheese think it was B for way longer than is comfortable, but still, they're just dominating on the recovery on site. They're not even worried. They're unfazed.
Definitely. Even with such a smart play from Treehouse, it just wasn't enough to keep Mac and Cheese from being able to get those counter frags and keep them from taking that site. I mean, they had pretty decent ground there, but they just got dismantled, especially with that double from Midnight.
Yeah, that double was just huge for them.
And it looks like after a unsuccessful bait, they're gonna lean towards more of a default, which is interesting. I respect the self-constraint from Mac and Cheese, especially as an aggressive team on attack. They're able to keep themselves from pushing, but BR is able to get that double in mid, but leaves it quick, which is interesting. You see that Cypher ult coming out. They know where both of them are. It looks like they'll be going towards B. I mean, why not? They knew that they were both over there.
No more charges left.
Like Cam gets quickly taken out by Kenny.
Cage triggered.
Thane using his cage takes him ground. Quickly backs off, does not want to take a pointlessly aggressive peek. Kenny breaks door. Now they're both in market. That raise nade coming in, doing a little bit of damage. Circle able to get the entry on Bill Nye. It's now a 2v2. Mac and Cheese might have it just enough to pull this back. These Astral Stars.
Last player standing.
And a double. Triple from Circle and the Kenny on BR. They were unable to secure that round. It was looking so good for Treehouse, but
I thought the tone would be set by Treehouse's double in mid. They got Stevo. They cleared that cat like a dream. The pick paid off beautifully. But alas, they're just getting pushed aggressively. Even on defender side, Mac and Cheese plays aggressive on the retake.
Definitely. And able to get those entries on retake. Even when they have Spike down, it just doesn't seem to work. They planted Spike all 3 times last time, and every time they weren't able to secure that plant. And on match point, it will be a force from Treehouse. Makes sense. Why would you save when it's the last round?
Gotta hope for the best. Maybe push through, persevere.
It's still in their favor, but it's not looking great for them. That Viper ult popping on A. Bill and I trying to take ground with Thane and Bill both instantly killed. It's a hard place, and it looks like Treehouse is a little bit disorientated on where they're gonna go and what they're gonna do. They can't take B, they just got picked off at B. They can't take A, there's a Viper ult at A. Ollie's keeping them at bay. Sarkbell's trying to take that mid. There's 2 there. Oh, and able to get that kill on Stevo. That might be just enough. It's a 3v4. Will Treehouse be able to bring it back? Take this round so they can maybe bring it back in.
One enemy remaining.
Circle able to get that kill on Curse, but traded quickly by BR. That res coming out, and it's a 1v4. Not looking great for BR. Gets killed by Midnight. Ending this series. Mac and Cheese takes the entire thing and wins the tournament. GG's.
They blew out that half. That was intense.
Definitely, yeah. Looks like even though they played very aggressive on attack side, defense was just their speed. But GG's. Good games to all.
It seems so. That was a tough bout. That was a very uphill battle. Trios had a lot of potential going into that half, but that was tough.
Yeah, unlucky really. They looked so promising on Icebox. Their first match was a little bit rough, but they brought it back a lot with that second and just wasn't able to keep that momentum going for Ascent.
They got Stevo. Stevo, you kind of went a little crazy there in that first match, and then got some really solid picks to secure the last match. How are you feeling after the win?
Pretty good. There was close games there. It's kind of rough, looking a little sketchy quite a few times. Definitely Icebox was more just so they were kind of flipping. They got the coin flip on some of the trades going out, but other than that, it was pretty close, and definitely, fun having a call against Thane there, trying to figure out what they were doing and what we needed to do.
Definitely, you guys.
That is certainly true.
very responsive, and both teams tried their best to be responsive, but obviously you guys just had the upper hand. I do have to ask though, you were definitely playing sort of a roaming duelist role. Was that intentional, or did that just sort of happen?
More so intentional. On attacking, it kind of came from our group stage, just simply off of the fact that the way things work is if I got noticed somewhere, I drew all the attention, and that was kind of the goal there, was just to bring attention onto myself. And then on defending side, I come from playing Counter-Strike, and I like to be in rotation spots where I can be, kind of flipping sides of the map there. So that's what I was intending to do on defending side, just kind of be where support was needed to be just another firepower.
Definitely, and you definitely had a lot of firepower, fragging out on both games. Really incredible to watch. Great performance from you.
Yeah, no, you definitely killed it, Stevo. Your team overall did a really good job of supporting you as well. It seemed like in a lot of scenarios, especially in that last match, Treehouse had the picks on your team, and even though in a lot of scenarios you ended up being the top frag or the carry, your team was still very cohesive and very fluent in like working together and getting those early rotates. How do you feel about that icebox match though? Did it feel like it was just kind of hard to get the sights with those hot and heavy fast pushes?
Honestly, our issue with Icebox was just we were just kind of overextending and got lazy on our communication and post plans for the most part, and then just kind of came down to just frustration kind of creeped in, and then we just kept more so switched from the team play we were doing and just kind of started doing stuff individually, and we're not covering each other as well.
I see. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Well, no, congratulations. That's about it for me.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks so much, Stevo. Thanks to both teams, and thanks to all of the teams who participated in this tournament. It was super fun. I had the pleasure of streaming the whole thing, so I watched every single game. All teams played phenomenally. And even though Mac and Cheese might have won this one, who knows who'll win the next. Thanks so much to everybody who's donated. There's still time to donate if you'd like to, but we are at $722. $722 that will go to a great cause, helping people who are struggling with themselves and with things around them and depression. It's a really great cause. But without further ado, that wraps up our tournament. Do you have anything else to say, Johnson?
About it for me. All around remarkable games, very fun to watch, very fun to play in, and it was just an absolute great showing from everyone. Could definitely see a lot of passion and a lot of drive, and it was definitely a learning experience for all, I feel like, and it was incredibly fun. I'm just glad that it was able to happen.
Definitely, there were a lot of fun, close games. But alas, all good things must come to an end, and here we say goodbye. Thanks to everyone who tuned in, and again, thanks to those who donated. We'll see you in the next tournament. Thanks so much.